Chapter 1501 Two Choices. Sunny should have expected what question Nephice would ask. The Dreadlord was in Twilight. Soul Stealer was there, as well. The city itself was frozen in time. Finally, the truth of how it had been lost was revealed. But what mattered most was that there was also an army of human warriors there, all the people from the Twilight Sea, except for those who had perished during the Siege of Verge and the subsequent retaliation of the defiled horde. Could they really be saved by deactivating the defensive array? Sunny had just the memory to do it. However, the things Mordred had shared with them changed the entire game. Sure, the question Nephice had asked was reasonable. The primary goal of coming to Twilight was to rescue Kai, but they had harbored a tentative hope of finding more allies here, as well. Now, even if there was a caveat, it seemed that their hope could come true. But, why was it that they needed allies, to begin with? It was to have enough forces in order to attack Verge, which was supposed to be guarded by the Legion of Defiled Abominations and the 6 Plagues. Now, 3 of the plagues were gone. Of the remaining 3, 2 were trapped here in Twilight. Numerous defiled had either perished or become frozen in time here, as well. Then, didn't it mean that Verge was far more vulnerable than they had ever expected? Vulnerable enough so that the cohort had a chance of destroying the first Seeker without the aid of powerful allies, perhaps. It was as though the only ally they needed was the Mad Prince. A subtle frown appeared on Sunny's face. Aren't I putting too much trust into a nightmare creature? Sure, the vile madman's motives seemed to align with his. But to what degree? And could an ending envisioned by a demented abomination truly fit what Sunny wanted to achieve? It could not. For example, Sunny would have never massacred Weave and treated Ananke so cruelly, but for the Mad Prince, it was a perfectly acceptable course of action. Who was to say that the bastard had not planned for something similar to happen again? What else would he have been willing to sacrifice in order to achieve his goal? Doubt. Sunny was full of doubt. Mordred, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow with an amused smile. He studied Nephice for a few moments, then answered in a pleasant tone. Why, although I can't be entirely sure, it appears so. Yes, there seems to be an army of awakened warriors in Twilight, all waiting to resume the battle against the defilement. The source of this content no/v/l/by/n. He paused briefly. His expression darkened. The other choice is to leave Twilight without facing the Dreadlord and go directly to Verge, just the 5 of us. There can't be that many defiled left there, serving torment. It will be dangerous, of course, but perhaps less dangerous than fighting the Dreadlord and Soul Stealer. Mordred coughed. Aren't you forgetting something? Abandoning your friend to avoid danger, ah, how heartless. Really, Sunless, I thought better of you. Sunny gave him a dirty look. Who is abandoning who? If we manage to destroy the first Seeker, the nightmare will be over. Both of you will return to the waking world as saints without having done anything. Mordred shook his head. What if you fail? At the risk of sounding presumptuous, you know what I am capable of. Don't you think that having me with you will increase our chances of escaping the nightmare? 7 is much better than 5, anyway. There is no reason to settle for less when you can have more. Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed and looked at Nephice. Honestly, he found himself agreeing with Mordred. Not only because having the Prince of Nothing fighting by their side would be a boon during the assault on Verge, but simply because leaving Kai behind did not sit right with him. Sunny was not a superstitious man, but he knew more about fate than most. Sure, in theory, a person could conquer a nightmare without contributing anything to its completion. But in practice, the spell was never that kind. One way or the other, trying to hide and bide your time almost always invited disaster. So, even if there was no logical reason to worry about Kai, Sunny had a feeling that simply leaving their friend frozen in time would not end well, both for him and for them. After hesitating for a few moments, he shook his head. I don't know. Neph, it's your decision. She glanced at him, then shrugged. Her answer was just as he had expected. What is there to decide? Let's kill the Dread Lord. We'll go conquer the nightmare after he is dead. Chapter 1502 Flawed Reflection. Nephice remained silent for a few moments, then shook her hand and gripped the hilt of her sword. Sparks of white flame were still dancing in her beautiful gray eyes. I am not suggesting it rashly. We have already faced 2 of the 6 plagues, so we know how fearsome they are. Mordred looked at her in surprise. Wait, you did? She nodded. Yes. There were unique circumstances that allowed us to exploit their flaws. As a result, Undying Slaughter killed Devouring Beast, and was then finished off by the 5 of us. She had been greatly weakened, and still, we barely managed to survive that battle. Nephice glanced at Sunny. Then, a hint of a smile appeared on her lips. Glancing at Mordred, she said. Oh, and Sunny personally erased the Mad Prince from existence, so thoroughly that there's not even a corpse left. So, the 6 plagues are now down to 3. Sunny stared at her incredulously. Everything she had said was technically true. The Mad Prince had, indeed, been erased from existence by Sunny, because Sunny was the Mad Prince. There had not been a corpse left by the transition, either. But why did it sound so misleading and outrageous? Did she just steal a page from my book? Was it really the right time to tease him? Nephice, meanwhile, ignored the amused smile on Mordred's lips and continued. In any case, I am not underestimating the threat posed by the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer. I would not have suggested facing them directly in other circumstances, at least not without being able to thoroughly prepare a battlefield of our choosing. But the situation is different here, in Twilight. Here, we'll have an army of allies on our side. This might very well be the best chance of slaying these monsters we'll ever have. One I am unwilling to pass by. She remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. However, I will not force anyone to follow this plan. You'll have to decide for yourself. As soon as she was done talking, Mordred smiled brightly. Why, I think that it is a great plan. Lady Changing Star, you are truly wise, your exalted reputation is very well deserved, it seems. How wonderful. His smile was perfectly sincere, but Sunny knew the bastard well enough to guess what he was really thinking. Something like, it's just a shame that I'll have to gruesomely kill you in the future. Well, since it's inevitable, I might as well try to enjoy the process, when the day comes. Sunny's eyes darkened. He stared at Mordred for a bit, then spat through gritted teeth. I don't mind killing Soul Stealer, oh, and the Dread Lord, either. Mordred grimaced. Kill him is not going to be easy. As you might know, I am famously hard to kill. He hesitated for a moment, then pointed to Sunny. Soul Stealer won't die if you destroy his physical body. He might not even die if you destroy his soul. To truly get rid of him, we'll need to destroy his reflection. And there are only 2 ways to achieve that. The Prince of Nothing paused, then reluctantly shared the secret of how he could be killed. First is to defeat him in a soul battle when he tries to take possession of your body. Of all of us here, Sunless has the best chance of accomplishing something like that, perhaps Changing Star, as well. Followed by me. With all due respect, the rest of you don't stand a chance. Effie and Jet shrugged in unison. None taken. Cassie, who had remained silent before, finally spoke. What is the second way? Mordred nodded. The second way is to destroy his physical body while there are no other bodies around, and no reflections for him to flee into either. Needless to say, that way is not very feasible. So, we'll have to somehow lure him into the soul of either Sunless, Lady Nephice, or me. His face suddenly grew dim. Mind you, even I don't know what Soul Stealer's transformation ability is. So, he might give us a nasty surprise. In fact, I'm pretty sure that he will. Sunny smiled darkly. That's all right. We are full of surprises, as well. Not the least of which is that the Mad Prince is supporting us from beyond the grave. He knew that I would receive the crown of Twilight. He also knew that I'd come to see Windflower and learn about its connection to the defensive array of the city. The mad bastard had most likely trapped the Dreadlord and Soul Stealer in frozen time himself, while I'll be the one to release them. Surely, all of it is not a coincidence. Nephi nodded. Let us share information. After learning everything you know about Twilight, we will come up with a plan and prepare. A strange, faint smile appeared on her lips. And then, we will make sure that the 3 plagues are no more, and only torment remains. We will win. Chapter 1503 Approaching Twilight. Sunny and his companions had come to Twilight expecting a battle, and now, that battle was swiftly approaching. The identity of the enemy was far more fearsome than they had expected, as well. In fact, it was far too fearsome, while the scope of the battle was far too great. The situation had changed too fast, leaving Sunny shaken. It's strange. He had spent, how long? Around 8 months in this nightmare. It was already longer than his stay in the Kingdom of Hope had been, and that was without even considering the long stretches of time that passed without being experienced by him. But still, Sunny had not expected the culmination of the nightmare to happen so suddenly. And that was what the battle in Twilight promised to be, the most dreadful and deadly confrontation they would experience in the Tomb of Ariel. The threat verge posed paled in comparison to it. If they were to win here, in this lost and forsaken city, the rest of the nightmare would be simply an epilogue. Of course, that was only so because of Nephi and her longing. Still, Sunny was struggling to adjust to the shifting landscape of the nightmare. Nevertheless, he was ready. Now, there were 6 challengers working together to pass the dreadful trial of the spell. Well, 5.5, considering that Mordred's physical body was frozen beyond the walls of Twilight. 3 of them possessed divine aspects, 2 were among the most deadly masters in the world. There was Cassie, as well, whom Sunny could not even place into any kind of power hierarchy. Together, they tried to come up with a plan to kill the Dreadlord and liberate Twilight. Or rather, an approach. There was too little information and too many unknown factors to formulate a specific plan. The best they could do was learn everything there was to learn and come up with various strategies, then switch between them according to the situation. Finally, there was nothing left to discuss. Standing in the mirror version of the floating fortress once again, the 6 of them looked beyond its walls, into the twilight haze of dawn. Mordred was strangely withdrawn. Eventually, he smiled. There is no point in wasting time. Remember, stay close to me at all times. I will try to hide us from Soul Stealer's gaze as best I can. He paused for a moment and then added nonchalantly. Of course, we can still stumble upon that monster directly. If that happens, well, at least it will be painless. Unlike Weave and Fallen Grace, which were built by connecting a scattering of island ships, Twilight had been built on a single, vast landmass. Or rather, perhaps, landmass was not the right word to describe it. Instead, a carapace of an unfathomably immense nightmare creature served as its foundation. Sunny felt petrified when he realized just how enormous that abomination must have been, once. It was far greater than anything he had even seen, incomparable to even the gargantuan black turtle. And yet, it was dead now, its colossal bones supporting a sprawling city. Makes sense. Unlike Twilight, the other settlements on the Great River had not been ruled by a sovereign. Dayron had been capable of slaying a colossal horror like this, but not the Sybils. Therefore, their cities had to be composed of individual island ships, while his did not. There was one thing that became painfully obvious when Sunny witnessed Twilight. The bestial serpent king he had fought was a pale shadow of his former self. If they had clashed when Dayron was at his peak, Sunny would have been obliterated before even knowing what happened. And yet, he lost this battle. Sunny shivered. Were they all mad, to think that they had a chance to prevail where a supreme demigod had failed? New N0 Vel chapters are published on. Chapter 1504 Frozen City. The walls of Twilight were tall and imposing, built from stone and reinforced with the scales of powerful nightmare creatures. In the dim twilight of the early dawn, they looked like towering black cliffs. However, now, these cliffs were shattered and ruined. Many sections of the wall had collapsed, others had been breached or severely damaged. The corpses of dead abominations piled high, reaching the ramparts in several places. The siege of Twilight had truly been terrible. But what caught Sunny's attention the most was not the devastated state of the city wall, but the eerie nature of the devastation. Time was indeed frozen in Twilight. Shards of broken stone hung in the air, unmoving. Rivers of blood were like abstract sculptures carved from ruby. Dancing flames had turned into motionless, searing blossoms. It was as though some deity had frozen the world in the middle of a fierce battle. "We will have to be more careful now." Mordred's voice was strangely somber. His usual amused smile was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the Prince of Nothing seemed full of grim apprehension. Looking at the breached walls of Twilight, he sighed. "Soul Stealer is most likely inside the city. We will move stealthily through the back streets and reach the palace. Once we are there, the memory of yours better work, Sunless." Sunny suppressed the desire to grimace. Updated from. If even that bastard was nervous, the rest of them had to be ready for anything. Without having to say much, they entered the city through one of the breaches in its wall. Finally, Twilight lay in front of them in all its glory. It was entirely unlike the other cities Sunny had seen in the dream realm. There were a few similarities, of course, like the extensive use of materials scavenged from the nightmare creatures in construction, for example. But the architectural style of the Twilight Sea was very unique. It was both robust and airy, paying more attention to practicality than aesthetics, but at the same time expressing the latter in a myriad of subtle ways. Fitting for a culture that had come from a world of water and frequent storms. Sunny did not pay a lot of attention to how the city looked, however, taken by what was happening on its streets. There, countless humans were frozen in the midst of a terrible battle against vile nightmare creatures. Hundreds of thousands, no, millions of them. Some had been frozen in the middle of swinging a sword. Some had been frozen in the middle of being torn apart by the swarming abominations. The gruesome sight of the frozen battle was both strange and disturbing. But what shook Sunny the most was not the eeriness of the motionless slaughter, but the faces of the people of Twilight. Not a single one of them seemed frightened or desperate. Even those who were dying maintained calm expressions, their eyes full of cold resolve. They did not show anger or fury, either, only chillingly dark killing intent. Just what kind of army did the Serpent King create? Sure. Humans from the Twilight Sea had come to the tomb of Ariel after witnessing the destruction of their world, which had to have changed them. But they were still people. Sunny had spent plenty of time with seasoned soldiers, and none of them were immune to human emotions. Not all of these people were soldiers either. Some were awakened, while most were mundane. Some were old, while some were young. And yet, he did not see a single person trying to flee or cowering in fear. Strange. Sunny suddenly felt uneasy about their chances of becoming allies with these alien people. However, he did not have time to ponder these matters. Mordred was already walking ahead, carefully maneuvering between the frozen warriors. They entered a narrow street and stealthily advanced toward the center of the city. It made sense. A normal battle would progress in a similar fashion. The invaders would have to fight their way into the city, so their forces would gradually diminish the further away one traveled from the walls. There was just one odd detail. Somehow, it seemed that the epicenter of the battle was not behind them, at the outskirts of the city, but instead ahead of them, near the palace of the Serpent King. Sunny extended his shadow sense outward and frowned, feeling the row of buildings coming to an end not too far away. And indeed, they soon reached a wide-open space. Mordred lingered just before entering the square, seemingly tense. Nephi studied the wide square, as well, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. "Is there another way?" The Prince of Nothing slowly shook his head. "Not really. The whole city is built like a fortress. The inner districts are separated from the rest, so we won't be able to reach them without exposing ourselves at least a little. Still, as you can see, the skirmish happening on this square is especially fierce. With so many humans and abominations frozen on it, we can at least hide among them." She frowned. "Let's go, then." They entered the square and walked between the motionless warriors. The battle was indeed especially furious in this area. There were so many people and nightmare creatures here that their bodies formed a bizarre labyrinth. Sometimes, Sunny found it hard to squeeze between their frozen figures. Crouching, he crawled beneath a sword that was being plunged into the neck of a repulsive abomination. Standing up, he had to twist his body to avoid touching a frozen fountain of ruby blood. Then, he came face to face with a warrior whose arm was being severed by the fangs of a towering nightmare creature. Sunny shivered. The humans and the abominations were not statues or lifelike mannequins. They were entirely real. He could see every hair, every bead of sweat, every drop of blood on the fangs of the frenzied monsters that surrounded him. All of them were simply frozen in time, and although Sunny knew that it could not happen, he found it hard not to feel as if these warriors would start moving any moment now. The swords would come down, the frozen blood would flow, and the hungry maws would snap shut, turning the silent square into an inescapable hell of bloodshed and violence. Just keep moving. He forced himself to ignore the ominous feeling and advanced forward, step by step. Very soon, however, Sunny collided with Mordred's back. The Prince of Nothing had chosen that moment to stop walking, for some reason. What's the matter? Annoyed, Sunny looked up, and froze, noticing how grim Mordred was. His mirror-like eyes were reflecting the frozen world, full of blood and darkness. A moment later, the Prince of Nothing looked back at them and smiled. Then, he said in a perfectly calm tone. Stay, absolutely, still. Chapter 1505 Shape of His Soul Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1505 Shape of His Soul. All of them froze, fading into the chaotic scene of the motionless battlefield. Surrounded by unmoving warriors and nightmare creatures, the six masters were nearly indistinguishable from them. Sunny and Mordred were next to each other, while Nephice was a few steps away. Effie and Jet were right behind her, separated from the rest of the group by a few meters. They held their breaths. Soul Stealer is near. Sunny did not see or sense the defiled saint, but there was no other reason for Mordred to warn them. The Prince of Nothing looked too tense. A pleasant smile was playing on his lips, but his eyes were full of cold darkness. Sunny saw his own pale reflection in them, and then, he saw something else there, as well. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Did something move at the edge of the square? He did not dare to speak aloud, but there was the blessing of Dusk. Activating the enchantment of the Shroud of Graceless Dusk, he established a mental connection between himself and Mordred. What is happening? The Prince of Nothing remained as motionless as a statue. Even his eyes continued to stare at the same spot. However, his answer arrived shortly. Why, what else? Soul Stealer is here. He must have sensed us. Sunny suppressed a strong desire to grit his teeth and calmed his heart. Making sure that it wasn't beating too loudly, he asked. How? Didn't you say that you would hide our presence from him? A hint of dark amusement appeared in Mordred's eyes. Did I? No, not quite. I only said that I would try to hide it, remember? Which I did. He paused for a moment and added in a dejected tone. It's not a transformation ability, Purest. It's simply the shape of his soul. His physical body looks differently, hidden somewhere in Twilight. I've never been able to find it. He paused for a moment. Becoming defiled did a real number on me, didn't it? Bah. So unsightly. With that, Mordred's eyes shook a little. That's not what we should be concerned with, though. The real problem is that the monster is moving straight for us. By then, the quaking of the ground had grown more pronounced. Sunny cursed inwardly, but still remained motionless. Surrounded by frozen warriors and abominations, with his back turned to the approaching titan, needless to say, every cell in his body was screaming of danger, pushing him to move. So, what do we do? I guess it's time for desperate measures. How unfortunate. It's up to you now, Sunless. As soon as Mordred moved, there was a chilling sound from behind them, and something swift tore through the air in their direction. A massive, terrifyingly deep shadow fell on Sunny, making him feel as if he was drowning in it. Mordred remained silent for a few moments, then suddenly turned his head and looked directly at Sunny. There was no humor left in his cold, mirror-like eyes. "I guess it's time for desperate measures." "How unfortunate." "It's up to you now, Sunless." As soon as Mordred moved, there was a chilling sound from behind them, and something swift tore through the air in their direction. A massive, terrifyingly deep shadow fell on Sunny, making him feel as if he was drowning in it. Damn it! He was already turning, instinctively trying to summon the sin of solace. However, all Sunny saw was the fabric of reality around them cracking like glass, and then shattering to reveal. He was violently thrown out of the mirror realm, crashing on the cobblestones of Twilight, the real Twilight, not its perfect reflection. Damn it all. The only contingency they had in case Soul Stealer discovered them was to escape the world of reflections altogether. Mordred had managed to send them back at the very last moment, so they were safe, for now. But the problem was that everyone, including the Prince of Nothing himself, was now frozen in time. Everyone except for Sunny, who was protected from the influence of the defensive array by the crown of Twilight. Standing up, he uttered a quiet curse and looked up, at the distant dome of the Serpent King's palace. Now, he alone could reach it. Chapter 1506 Heart of Twilight. The crown of Twilight was more than a supreme memory. It was also the symbol of power that Dayron, the Serpent King, had wielded, as well as the key to the enchantment array enveloping his city. Therefore, the person wearing it was immune to the influence of frozen time, in a way. Curse it all. There was a cost to remaining unaffected by the frozen time. Looking around, Sunny felt his essence being devoured at a frightening rate. The crown was using it to protect him. Usually, his reserves would have been drained in a matter of seconds, turning him into another prisoner of Twilight, but, luckily, the crown was also helping him replenish the spent essence. He was still losing more than he was gaining, but at least the rate of attrition was not too great. Sunny would not have been able to traverse the entire city, but now that he was most of the way to the palace, he stood a good chance. As long as he did not waste any time. I should hurry. Their exit from Soul Stealer's mirror realm must have been a violent one, because Sunny was not on the square anymore. Instead, he found himself somehow thrown a few hundred meters away from his previous position, at the edge of the inner district they had been aiming for. He was protected by the crown, but his shadows were not. Therefore, Sunny had kept them tightly wrapped around his body in advance, just in case disaster struck. Now that it had, he did not dare send them to search for his companions. Mordred had to have sent everyone into the real Twilight. Here in the true version of the Lost City, Soul Stealer was just as powerless as the rest of the frozen abominations, but the rest of the cohort had become frozen in time, as well. So had the Prince of Nothing himself. It was all up to Sunny. We'll find each other when I deactivate the array. Turning his back to the frozen battlefield, Sunny dashed forward. He ran as fast as he could, barely dodging the motionless figures of the warriors of Twilight, who all seemed to have been moving in the same direction as him. Here in the inner districts, there were very few rampaging nightmare creatures. However, the signs of destruction were everywhere, as if the city had withstood a devastating bombardment. Many buildings had been entirely shattered, and numerous people had perished under the rubble. Blood was flowing like a river, frozen in time like the rest of Twilight. Sunny was an ascended terror, and so, his running speed was far past being superhuman. He navigated the frozen city as best he could, but it was hard to maintain that speed on the crowded streets. On more than one occasion, he failed to react in time and collided with the frozen warriors of Twilight or pieces of shattered stone hanging in the air. Each time, he was tossed back, as if hitting an indestructible wall. The people and objects frozen in time were completely immune to outside influence, and so, he could only avoid them. Arg, damn it. The hideous dragon made for an ominous and startling sight, but the warriors of Twilight were equally haunting. The way they threw themselves into the maws of death without a hint of doubt or agitation made Sunny feel uneasy. There were mundane humans among them, as well, surely, they realized that nothing they could do would harm the defiled saint. Did they really know no fear? Throwing the unnecessary thoughts out of his head, Sunny climbed over the rubble and entered the palace. He did not have a lot of essence left, so there was little time to find the throne room. Once there, he would also have to figure out a way to use the Crown of Twilight and deactivate the defensive array. Sadly, it did not come with an instruction manual. Damn it, damn it, damn it all. Sunny followed the widest of the corridors, hoping that they would lead him to the throne room. Dayron had been a sovereign, and brought a cohort of saints with him into the tomb of Ariel. Surely, he would have built his palace to accommodate their transformation abilities. Most of the areas within the palace were only meant for humans, but the truly important places had to be large enough for saints. Otherwise, if an enemy suddenly attacked, they would not be able to show their strength. The throne room would, without a doubt, be one of these important places. At least Sunny hoped so, knowing that he did not have enough time left to scour the entire palace. Soon, a huge gate appeared in front of him, now broken and turned into a pile of debris. Behind it was an enormous hall. Stark rays of light fell through the cracks in the dome above it, plunging it into twilight. At the center of the hall was a tall dais, with an imposing throne on top of it. The throne was cut roughly from stone. More precisely, it was cut from a single slab of lusterless black stone. Sunny stared at it for a brief moment. Found it. Darren's throne, all of it, had been cut from a fragment of the estuary. It was the lock of the defensive array of Twilight, while his crown was its key. Chapter 1507 Twilight Throne. Sunny stared at the black throne. The grand hall of the Serpent King's palace was empty and dim, stone debris littering the floor and hanging in the air, dust particles frozen in the stark rays of light. Despite the cataclysmic battle happening outside, it was perfectly silent, except for the hoarse sounds of his breathing. Right. Let's do this. He felt a complicated mix of relief, anticipation, and dread. Relief and anticipation because he had made it in time, dread because the battle against the Horde of the Defilement would resume the moment he accomplished his task. The monstrous soul stealer, the harrowing Dread Lord, they were going to have to fight these beings. Sunny still remembered the terror of facing a corrupted titan in battle. The winter beast alone had been enough to wipe out the remains of the first evacuation army and the millions of refugees in Falcon Scott. The deathly frost of that dark day had seeped into his bones. But today was going to be different. All the members of the cohort were here. Mordred was here, too, and a vast army of warriors from a distant realm, all seasoned veterans of the nightmare spell. Sunny had grown much stronger, as well. We'll kill them both. Shaking off the momentary hesitation, he walked toward the black throne. As he did, Sunny noticed something behind the dais. The throne room was not entirely empty. After all, someone was standing there, frozen in the middle of looking up at the crumbling dome. A tall and elegant figure wearing ivory armor, which was tied at the waist with a burnt umber sash. Auburn hair, green eyes. Sunny froze for a moment. Kai. So, this was where the spell had sent his friend. Kai had been in the throne room all along, frozen in time and not even aware of what was happening around him. All the long months that had passed were like a moment to him. Sunny did not even know whether to feel jealous or sad for his friend. Looking away, he put his foot on the first step of the dais. Hang in there, buddy. I'll release you really soon. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. His essence was getting dangerously low. Climbing on the dais, Sunny stopped in front of the black throne, unsure what to do. The first idea that came to his mind was to sit on it, like Dayron must have done when he held court in the past. But, somehow, Sunny did not like that idea. He never aspired to be a king of anything, let alone of a city whose former king he had killed. Magnificent thrones were not really his thing. He was already plenty happy with his handy shadow chair. Whatever. Feeling a sense of urgency, Sunny took a step closer and suddenly noticed a circular groove carved into the back of the throne. Its size and depth seemed just about right. Sunny almost stumbled. What? You know about the plagues, the Twilight Sea, and the defensive array? Kai shook his head and outstretched one arm, summoning his bow. No. I mean, I know about Effie. She confided in me weeks ago. I have no idea what the rest of the things you said mean. Sunny stared at him incredulously, feeling hurt for some reason. So she told Kai, but she didn't tell me? Humph. He couldn't help but say vindicatively. Actually, I knew months ago. Which was still later than Kai, but technically true. Kai gave him a strange glance, then opened his mouth to say something. But at that moment, Sunny froze. Something was very strange about the palace. It took him a moment to realize what had changed. Why is everything so quiet? The muffled sounds of the furious battle raging outside had disappeared at some point, plunging the world into eerie silence. Sunny felt his hair stand on end. He had a dreadful premonition that they had made a terrible mistake, somewhere. Chapter 1508 Unleashed. Sunny? What is it? Kai must have read something from his expression. But Sunny did not know how to answer. He was suddenly in a state of mild panic, feeling like there had been a mistake in their plan. They must have misunderstood the situation, somehow. But what was there to misunderstand? Twilight was besieged by the forces of the defilement. In the middle of the battle, the Mad Prince had activated the defensive array, trapping Soul Stealer and the Dread Lord in frozen time, and, therefore, escaping from the clutches of his master. The source of this content no/v/l/n. The madman had also manipulated the events of this cycle to make sure that Sunny arrived at Twilight wearing the Serpent King's crown. He must have wanted the battle to resume, so that his future self, free of being enslaved to the Dread Lord, could turn its tide and destroy the tyrant of Verge. Right? I don't know. Something is wrong. Sunny gritted his teeth and pulled Kai to follow him, aiming to leave the throne room as soon as possible. They had to traverse the battlefield and find the other members of the cohort first. Together, they would stand a much better chance of surviving the clash with the defiled legion. But before he could take another step, the palace shuddered, throwing both of them to the ground. There was a deafening rumble behind them, and the great hall was suddenly much brighter than it had been before. A whole section of the dome shattered and collapsed, revealing the beautiful twilight sky above. And the giant head of the harrowing dragon that had broken it. Enormous chunks of stone fell down, burying the black throne beneath debris. Luckily, Sunny and Kai had already distanced themselves from the dais, otherwise, they would have been buried with it. Damnation. The Dread Lord's head passed through the breach, hovering in the air on his long neck. His eyes shone with starlight, full of sinister madness and malevolence. Then, the harrowing dragon pushed his enormous body inside, causing more of the dome to collapse. A moment later, he landed in the throne room with a loud thud, and the palace shook once more. Strangely enough, though, it did not look as if the Dread Lord was chasing them. Instead, it almost looked as if he was escaping something. Towering above Sunny and Kai, the dragon gazed at them and opened its maw, his porcelain fangs glistening in the dim twilight. Sunny cursed inwardly and called upon his shadows, at the same time summoning the Sin of Solace. However, before he could, a thunderous voice suddenly resounded in his mind, causing him enormous pain. Nephi took a step forward and hesitated for a moment, looking at the warriors around her. Suddenly, she had an ominous premonition. Something felt wrong about the scene. I need to convince them. She was a stranger to these people. They did not know that countless years had passed since the start of the battle, that their king was dead, and that their world had long been destroyed. That challengers from an alien realm had entered the nightmare, hoping to prevail where their predecessors failed. But still, the spell had a way of simplifying things. In its terrible world, there were humans, and there were nightmare creatures. Nephi might have been from a different world, but she was also a human, therefore, she was a natural ally simply by virtue of not being a nightmare creature. Looking at the defenders of the city, Nephi pushed down the familiar, debilitating discomfort of talking to strangers and said, her voice bright and clear. Warriors of Twilight. I am. And then, something odd happened, forcing her to fall silent and grip the hilt of her sword. Countless people crowding the street all turned to look at her. They did so with perfect synchronicity, their hollow eyes devoid of any emotion. Their eerie faces were calm and motionless. None of them said anything, simply staring at her in ominous silence. Seeing herself reflecting in thousands of emotionless eyes, Nephice realized that something was terribly, terribly wrong. She might have been a human, but these people were not. Not anymore. A harrowing realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. They were Soul Stealer. All of them. Nephice finally realized her mistake, but, by then, it was already too late to change anything. Chapter 1509 Stolen Bodies. The frozen battle they had witnessed was not a battle between the defiled Legion of Verge and the defenders of Twilight. Instead, it was a battle between the Dreadlord and Soul Stealer. The two defiled saints must have clashed as soon as the last true bastion of humanity in the tomb of Ariel had fallen. Perhaps it was because they had needed each other's power before that. Perhaps it was because Soul Stealer had finally become capable of resisting the authority of the Dread Lord after devouring the souls and stealing the bodies of millions of humans in Twilight. Can it be his transformation ability? To split his soul into countless shards, all beholden to one sinister will. That would be a terrifying power in the hands of someone as devious as the Forsaken Prince of War. He had already been insidiously dangerous due to his ability to slither into human souls and wear their bodies like costumes. What if Mordred of Valor could possess not one, but several stolen bodies at the same time? Or millions of them, after becoming the Soul Stealer? Surrounded from all sides, with countless hollow eyes looking at her with an eerie lack of human emotions, Nephice took an involuntary step back. However, there were countless taken warriors standing behind her, as well. There was nowhere to retreat. No path to salvation. Except for the impossible one she could try and cut for herself. She gritted her teeth. At least, Sunny is not here. As numerous humans moved toward her, Nephice looked at them with cold resentment and unsheathed her sword. Not too far away, Effie, Jet, and Cassie found themselves inside a half-collapsed building. The blind girl was the first one to regain her senses, catching the tall huntress before she could fall. Pieces of rubble rolled on the cracked floor, the noise of their fall sounding thunderous in the eerie silence of the frozen city. Mordred remained motionless for a moment, looking upon the world through countless reflections. Then, his eyes widened slightly. So that's how it is. An amused smile twisted his cracked lips. Leaning on his sword, Mordred struggled to stand up and grinned when he felt countless eyes, and yet, only a single gaze, landing on him. Ah, how unfortunate. All his reflections had been destroyed. He only had a single soul core left, reducing his power to that of a mere beast. His own ascended body was missing a hand, while his best spare was nothing more than an awakened squire with a modestly useless aspect. Truly, the circumstances couldn't have been worse. Well, at least things wouldn't be boring. He had spent so many months, or was it years, already? Hiding from his defiled self in complete solitude. Any kind of excitement was better than that dull existence, no matter how fatal it would turn out to be. Such wonderful odds. I feel refreshed. Smiling, he raised his sword and pointed it at the nearest warrior. Then, his smile disappeared, replaced by an expression of cold contempt. His mirror-like eyes calmly reflected countless approaching figures, full of dark killing intent. I haven't had the pleasure of putting down repugnant things like you in a long, long time. Come, if you dare, let's see which one of us will be the last one standing. Mordred took a step forward, as well. Back in the Serpent King's palace, Sunny was kneeling on the marble floor, paralyzed by the dragon's command. The Dread Lord towered above him in Kai, full of sinister malevolence. Looking at the terrifying porcelain fangs of the defiled saint, Sunny felt a dark sense of foreboding. Curse it! Where were the warriors of Twilight? Why had they not stalled the damned herald of the estuary at all? The battle had not even properly started, and he was already in such a desperate situation. Sunny could almost feel the shadow of death pulling him into its cold embrace. He looked at the Dreadlord bitterly. At least Nephi's is not here. Sunny was in a desperate situation, but not a hopeless situation, yet. There were still things he could do to try and get himself and Kai out of this predicament alive. He just had to gamble with their lives and hope for the best. Before he could, though, a human figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the broken dome of the palace. And then another, and another. The warriors of Twilight had finally caught up with the Dreadlord. New N0 Vel chapters are published on Chapter 1510 King's Resentment 1510 King's Resentment. Sunny could not even turn his head to take a better look at the humans that had appeared above the ruined throne room, standing on the edge of the collapsed sections of the dome. At least he knew now that the army of Twilight was not gone. It was still out there, beyond the walls of the palace, fighting against the invading abominations. Fighting against the Dreadlord and Soul Stealer. Thank the dead gods. He had no hope that these few warriors would be able to defeat the dreadful dragon. If they had the ability, there would have been no need to plunge Twilight into the eternal trap of frozen time, to begin with. But they could at least distract the Dreadlord for a few moments, which would give him an opportunity to somehow rid himself of the command, perhaps. Once Sunny was free and reunited with the other members of the cohort, they would join the defenders of the city and help them slay the defiled saints. He was already planning his next actions when something strange happened. The people who had climbed the dome of the palace jumped down into the throne room without hesitation. Which wasn't that strange in and of itself, except for the fact that not all of them were equally powerful. The few masters among them landed easily, ready to attack the next moment. The awakened warriors were less graceful, crashing heavily on the marble floor. Most frightening of all was that there were mundane humans among them, as well. The height of the dome was too great for them to survive the fall. They hit the floor with repulsive sounds, painting it with their blood. Dying senselessly. What are they doing? Witnessing the dreadful scene, Sunny felt horrified. Dozens of people were emotionlessly jumping to their deaths, not even hesitating before taking the fatal plunge. It was so appalling, so meaningless. So inhuman. His eyes widened as a terrible suspicion surfaced in his mind. As those of the warriors who were strong enough to survive the jump dashed forward to attack their enemy, the harrowing dragon simply swiped his tail, pulverizing their bodies into puddles of blood. A crimson haze spread through the dim twilight of the great hall. Sunny was suddenly nauseated. Soul Stealer, those people, were taken by Soul Stealer. The strangeness that he had felt from the moment the cohort entered Twilight, the eerily emotionless faces of the defenders of the city, their cold, empty eyes. The morbid revelations that Nephi's had experienced moments before flooded Sunny's mind, forcing him to shudder, or at least try to. The Dreadlord's command held his body firmly in place. Impossible, impossible. There were millions of people in Twilight. How could Soul Stealer have possessed them all? What kind of monster could do that? What kind of conscience could control millions of puppets, reflecting false copies of their souls? He reeled, remembering the ghastly being they had seen in the mirror version of Twilight. That being, the reflection of Soul Stealer's own twisted soul, had looked like a repulsive amalgamation of countless humans and nightmare creatures, all joined together into an abominable patchwork monster. A demented, fractured monster like that probably could. Sunny felt utter despair, but also a strong desire to curse. That goddamn Mordred, even when he's on our side, he's still such a disaster. How could a person be such a bad omen? Whenever the Prince of Nothing appeared, something utterly terrible was bound to happen. Calm down. There was no point in seething with anger at Mordred. There was no point in wondering how Soul Stealer could have devoured all of Twilight, or why he and the Dreadlord were fighting each other. None of that would help Sunny survive the current situation. It was also not going to help him salvage that situation. But could it even be salvaged? Weren't all of them already doomed? The plan had been based on completely wrong information from the very start. No, we can still win, somehow. There had to be a way. Sunny felt sick to his stomach and frightened for Nephi's and the rest of his companions, who were lost somewhere out there, on the streets of Twilight, surrounded by the numerous bodies of Soul Stealer. Especially Effie, who was much more vulnerable to the insidious powers of the Mirror Wraith than the rest of them. But he could not do anything about that, at least not now. In fact, Sunny had his own dire problem to deal with. The Dreadlord might not have been as utterly horrific as Soul Stealer, but he was still a foe far more dreadful than words could describe. And dealing with him was now up to Sunny. No matter what else happened, the Tyrant of Verge had to die. I have to kill that fiend. I have to kill him, somehow. The Dreadlord had already dealt with the Soul Stealer puppets that had pursued him into the throne room, but more were pouring over the edge of the broken dome like morbid rain. The two plagues were fighting each other, which was good for the cohort. But their clash did not mean that Sunny and his companions would not be destroyed in the process. In fact, now that they were here in Verge, they had become alluring tools for the defiled saints. The Dreadlord was, without a doubt, capable of using his authority to turn them into deadly weapons against Soul Stealer. Soul Stealer, meanwhile, could empower himself even further by taking their bodies. Damn it all. The Dreadlord's authority, it was a manifestation of Kai's ascended ability. And Kai's ascended ability was a mental attack, of sorts. Sunny already possessed a very high resistance to mental attacks, but that resistance was relative. It was enough, for example, to shrug off an order given to him by Kai, a fellow master. But in front of a defiled saint, and one as immensely powerful as the Dreadlord, it had proved to be insufficient. A complete immunity to mental attacks, however, was much less relative. In fact, it was closer to being absolute. As fate would have it, Sunny possessed a memory that could grant them just that, albeit at a cost. Unable to move, he used the Shroud of Dusk to send Kai a mental message. Kai, listen to me carefully. His friend did not move, he was unable to, but his response arrived shortly. I'm listening. Sunny took a deep breath. When I start moving, think of me as an enemy. Don't get close. It will be dangerous. With that, he sent his essence into the crown of Twilight. Xianxia the Novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. King's Resentment, enchantment description, this memory grants the wearer complete immunity to mind attacks, but plagues them with irresistible wrath instead. The next moment, Sunny felt the invisible shackles holding him in place shattering. And at the same time, he felt a fury so vast that it couldn't be described with words shattering his mind. His thoughts were incinerated by the terrible, mad, boundless ire. He lost awareness of who he was, what he had to do, what he hoped to achieve. All he knew was that he had to destroy, kill, hurt, annihilate, everything. Everyone. All of them. I'm lost, from light. Some small vestige of his sanity remembered to utter his true name, hoping that it would anchor his crumbling mind. But it didn't work. All it did was remind him of the tools he had at his disposal to visit utter devastation upon the world. A low, bestial growl escaped from his mouth. And then a wicked smile appeared on his lips. The crown of Twilight had another gift to give him. A nearly endless amount of essence. Now that the defensive array was deactivated, nothing was draining his reserves anymore. It was all at his disposal. Jumping forward, Sunny called upon the shadows, surrounding himself in a sea of them. Then, a giant serpent with black scales, clad in a fearsome onyx armor, emerged from the sea of shadows, murderous wrath burning in his mad eyes. Slithering across the ruined floor of Darren's palace with stunning speed, the monstrous serpent created in his image lunged at the towering dragon and coiled himself around the winged horror's mighty body. Without wasting a single moment, Sunny opened his terrifying maw and tried to sink his fangs into the Dreadlord's neck. Chapter 15:11 Drowning Star. Nephi saw the Serpent King's palace sway, from afar. Its dome was collapsing, and a net of cracks appeared on its walls. However, she had no time to pay attention to what was happening in the distance. The street she had found herself on was crowded with countless warriors, and all of them were moving toward her, an eerie emptiness hiding behind their ruthless eyes. Hundreds of them. Thousands, even, and that was only on this one street. Enemies were in front of her, behind her, and on all sides. There seemed to be no escape from this human flood. Their hands were already reaching toward her, aiming to catch her and push her down. Surrounded by the undulating mob, Nephi struggled not to surrender to primal fear. Before the first hand touched her chainmail shirt, she took a stance and lashed out with her sword. The movement was ingrained into her very bones, absorbed by both her body and mind. Mass, speed, force, space and time. Levers and fulcrums, transfer of energy. That was what swordplay was, deconstructed to its most basic pillars. Her body was a versatile and intricate tool for expressing these principles. Of course, there was another element to it, one that existed outside the scope of fundamental physics. Thought. After all, the most perfect tool would be useless without a conscious will to guide it. And thoughts, both her own and those of her enemies, could become a tool, in turn. But that was much harder to master. The severed hand fell to the ground, bright blood spilling on the cobblestones. A normal human would have recoiled in terror, or at least showed a reaction. Even a nightmare creature would not have completely ignored the loss of a limb. However, the empty shell hosting the perverse consciousness of Soul Stealer did not pay it any attention, continuing its lunge at Nephi's. She had calculated that the warrior would not be deterred, as well. Shifting her weight, Nephi's turned her torso and allowed the warrior to brush past her. At the same time, she gave him a measured shove. The man was already losing his balance, so that was enough to send him stumbling into the wall of people to her left. Her sword had never stopped moving. After severing the arm of the nearest human, she pierced the neck of another, then slammed the guard of the sword into the third, all in one fluid motion. By then, the hand she had used to shove the first warrior was already landing back on the hilt, giving her more leverage, and therefore speed. And, therefore, freedom. Nephi's exploded into motion, shredding the bodies of the closest attackers like a hurricane of steel. A bright radiance suffused her skin, making it seem as though a merciless spirit of light was moving through the crowd of mortal warriors. One after another, their bodies seemed to melt in that light, severed and cut apart. The white radiance was soon tinted red, shining through the bloody haze. Faster. Her mind was silent and clear, moving at incredible speed. She perceived a million details about her environment, seamlessly assimilated these observations into a comprehensive understanding, and instantly formulated flawless responses to the shifting landscape of the battlefield. Where was Sunny? Where was Cassie? What happened to Effie and Jet? Were they still alive, or had they already been taken as hosts by Soul Stealer? What about Kai? Had he escaped the trap of frozen time only to be devoured by the Mirror Fiend? What about Mordred of Valor? What had happened to him? Distracted by these thoughts, Nephi allowed the tip of an enemy's spear to strike her shoulder. The chainmail shirt held, but the cadence of her fluid sword dance was thrown into disarray, forcing her to scramble and recalculate dozens of movements. What was she supposed to do? Surrounded by thousands of enemies, Nephi looked ahead somberly. Then, furious white flames ignited in her eyes. Kill them all. I'll just kill them all. I'll try, at least. Her sword flashed, countless lives turning to ash in the incandescent glow of its blade. Chapter 15:12 Chaos and Mayhem. Somewhere far away, Mordred was in a similar situation. Of course, he did not possess the physical strength, speed, and resilience of Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan, however, he did possess his own arsenal of tricks. I wonder. He had escaped into a section of the city where the ground had been broken by some titanic blow. Shallow water covered the cracked cobblestones, with ruined buildings rising from it like islands. The twilight sky reflected in the water, turning it into a beautiful painting of soft colors. Mordred was using the reflections to stay ahead of his pursuers. Countless human figures were surrounding him, their weapons hungry for his blood. If I tried to possess one of them, what would happen? Usually, he would have to bet his life against the soul of his victim, armed only with their reflected power. But these warriors had no souls, they had long been destroyed by Soul Stealer, that impostor. So, would Mordred have to battle against the soul of the defiled saint? Or the reflection of the dead victim's soul? Whose power would he be able to reflect? He was both curious and reluctant to find out. Not just yet, at least. Dodging a swift sword, Mordred pierced the attacker's throat, dodged another strike, and jumped back. A subtle frown appeared on his face. Inconvenient. The worst part about slaughtering these hollow vessels was that they were just that, vessels. There were no souls inside the bodies of the taken warriors, and so, he was not growing stronger from killing them. Otherwise, Mordred would have been able to slowly restore his monster core, maybe even the demon core, if he was diligent and lucky. With those, he could create a new reflection or two. Without them, things were proving difficult. He would have preferred slaughtering actual people, instead. What was it that Sunless likes to say? He emotionlessly cut down a young woman wearing an archaic garment and sighed. Damnation? The ring of enemies surrounding him was growing tighter. He couldn't do much against them with one hand, all Mordred could do was flee. Stepping into the reflected sky, he appeared a few hundred meters away, in the middle of a furious clash between the vessels of Soul Stealer and a swarm of nightmare creatures that were still loyal to the Dread Lord. So, the imposter has a limit, too. Are we all going to die here, in this godforsaken city? Wasn't it a bit too ironic? Poetic, even. To die by his own hand. One thing kept Mordred's spirit up, though. It was that girl, Xianxia. Song of the Fallen. She might have had others fooled, but he knew that the blind witch was not as simple as she looked. Someone like her had to have something planned, without a doubt, she wouldn't have led her companions here otherwise. But then again, Soul Stealer had gone through the same ritual as Mordred. Neither of them was easy to perceive through divination. How else would that monster have escaped Torment's gaze and rebelled against the Dread Lord? I don't know. Mordred pushed an old man in weathered leather armor into the maw of a hideous nightmare creature, then pierced the creature's eye while it was busy devouring the poor fool. His expression was somber. At this point, we'll need a miracle to pull through. But when had the world been generous with miracles? If something truly astonishing happened, it was always a curse, instead. Some distance away, Cassie had fled toward the breached walls of Twilight. Here, there were more nightmare creatures fighting against the vessels of Soul Stealer, and therefore, more mayhem and chaos. Using that chaos, Cassie was still struggling to keep herself alive. Blood was pouring from a deep wound on her neck. Pressing her hand against it, she moved through the terrible jumble of human and monstrous bodies, somehow avoiding all the swords, claws, and fangs. Sometimes, she was only a split second away from death, but each time, that split second was somehow enough to save her. Her face was pale and bleak. An iron locket rested on her chest, wet with blood. How much time do I have left? She didn't know exactly. Far away, the Serpent King's palace shuddered, coming undone. There, in the ruins of the throne room, Sunny coiled his giant serpentine body around the Dread Lord, trying to crush his bones. His fangs were scratching the impenetrable midnight scales, leaving deep grooves on them. Die. Die, you worm. Losing all reason, he could only think about tearing the odious dragon apart. However, killing a defiled saint was not an easy task. Chapter 15:13 Furious Shadow. Sunny had transformed himself in the image of the Serpent King. However, he was not as powerful as Dayron. His onyx body was giant, compared to a human, but it was still much smaller than the Azure Serpent had been. Much more importantly than that, it did not possess the power of a great beast. Sunny was merely an ascended, after all, and even though the shadows he had used to form the onyx serpent were more powerful and ancient than him, the essence that had manifested them was that of a master. 6 shadows were augmenting his shell, this time, but Nephi's was not here to grant him the blessing of her flame, and although the Dread Lord was weaker than the Azure Serpent had been, the dragon was also not littered with gruesome wounds and nearing death. None of it mattered to Sunny, though. Consumed by frenzy, all he knew was the mad desire to rip his enemy apart. Kill you. I'll kill you. His fangs pressed down on the impregnable dragon scales, leaving deep grooves on their dark surface. His mighty body coiled tight around the Dread Lord, restraining and crushing him. "I'll kill you no matter what." However, the harrowing dragon was full of ire and murderous will, as well. Even though his most dreadful power, the tyrannical authority of his voice, had proved to be futile when used against Sunny, he still had plenty of means to destroy the insolent slave. A furious roar shook the dim throne room. And, at the same time, an insidious whisper resounded in Sunny's clouded mind. But at that moment, Kai screamed. "Shut your mouth, you traitor!" And, although the authority of his voice was not nearly powerful enough to restrain the defiled saint, the Dreadlord's jaws did freeze for a moment. That moment was all Sunny needed. The two parts of his severed body slithered across the shattered floor like snakes and connected, almost instantly growing back together. His ravaged head rose, baring its fangs, and sank them into one of the harrowing dragon's wings. There, the scales were much thinner, and easier to pierce. More soul-stealer vessels were already pouring into the throne room. These were not as weak as the previous ones, very few of them died from the fall, which meant that there were much more awakened and ascended among them. Kai let another arrow loose. The Dreadlord looked around in fury and let out an infuriated growl. Then, his wings moved, raising a hurricane. The bastard was trying to fly away. Or so Sunny thought. Unwilling to let the enemy go, he tried to hold on to the dragon's wing, but it was of no use. He was thrown aside, crashing heavily on the ground. The walls of the throne room were falling now, unable to withstand the battle of two giant beasts. Soon, the whole palace was going to collapse. Surrounded by hurricane winds and dust, the Dreadlord was rising into the air. He was already reaching the broken dome, ready to break through it and cause the entire thing to crumble. Sunny looked up in fury. "No, no, no. You won't escape." Coiling his massive body like a spring, he sent it flying into the air. His leap produced a shockwave that shattered the walls of the throne room and made the palace quake. His head collided with the Dreadlord, sending the dragon crashing through the remains of the dome. But then, gravity pulled him down. Sunny held in fury. And, responding to his wrath, his tenebrous body flowed and shifted, changing form. Giant wings sprouted from his back and struck against the air, sending him flying up. Wreathed in darkness, a grotesque figure pursued the harrowing dragon into the sky. A moment later, the six chitinous legs of a giant, monstrous butterfly made of shadows struck the Dreadlord's scales. Chapter 15-14 Burning Rust. The dome of the Serpent King's palace entirely collapsed, falling under its own weight in a colossal cloud of dust. Two enormous, dark figures rose from the cloud, vaguely visible as they tangled together in a furious struggle. Down on the streets of the city, Nephice was making her way to the crumbling palace. She was fighting against the human flood, the radiance of her skin shining brightly in the dim twilight of the early dawn. Her incandescent sword had turned into a blur, followed by a trail of crimson haze. She had long lost count of how many enemies she cut down, how many bodies she sundered, and how much time had passed since the start of this nightmarish battle. No matter how many vessels of the Soul Stealer she destroyed, their number never decreased. Instead, it only grew. More and more of them flooded from all sides, rushing to pierce her flesh with their swords, their spears, their arrows, their nails and teeth. Their power had grown, as well. There were more awakened warriors surrounding her now, and more ascended. Their powers were like a constant hail that relentlessly assaulted her, lethal and unpredictable, growing more perilous with each step she took. But something else grew with it, as well. Her will. Slowly but surely. Nephice was shaking off the burden of doubt that had covered her heart like rust, at some point. Little by little, its weight had added up, until she became pressed into the ground by it without even noticing. Here, in the throes of this macabre slaughter, there was no place for doubt. There was only combat. Steps, lunges, and feints. The movements of her sword, the movements of her body. The measured ruthlessness of her mind, the cold lethality of her skill. The empty eyes of her enemies, the perilous sheen of their weapons, and the inevitable moments of their deaths. This was clarity. This was the stark world where only pain and will existed. She was always tormented by harrowing pain. Pain burned everything away, leaving only will. And Nef's will was to kill them all. Her blood was in that river, as well. Nephi moved with dreadful speed and chilling precision, rending the flesh of her enemies like a radiant, flawless, fatal machine. Lifeless corpses fell to her feet, men and women, young and old. All severed and mutilated, their bodies gaping with horrible wounds. She cut through countless humans, erasing them from existence with her sword. Their bodies came undone under its blade, forming a gruesome path. A river of blood flowed where she had passed, paving the way. The most up-to-date novels are published on n0velge.co/m. Her blood was in that river, as well. Nephi moved with dreadful speed and chilling precision, rending the flesh of her enemies like a radiant, flawless, fatal machine. Lifeless corpses fell to her feet, men and women, young and old. All severed and mutilated, their bodies gaping with horrible wounds. But she wasn't unscathed either. Just then, an awakened warrior used a strange aspect ability and bypassed the steel wall of her defense. His cleaver landed on her shoulder, biting into the chainmail. Her armor held, and her bones held, as well. But the impact slowed her down, allowing an ascended champion to ram a spear into her back. The chainmail broke. The white tunic beneath it was pierced. The spearhead plunged into her flesh. Snarling, Nephi sent the awakened flying with a kick and twisted, her sword cutting through the shaft of the spear and the ascended's head. The bloodied spearhead dissolved into a rain of sparks, and the radiance suffusing Nef's skin dimmed a little. Instead of blood, white flame flowed from the wound on her back, mending the torn muscles and broken skin. A moment later, the wound was gone. Only the pain remained. Nephi gritted her teeth, the same flame burning in her eyes. "Come, all of you!" She plunged into the frenzied mob, calling upon the fires of her soul. Soon, a hurricane of incinerating flames spread through the human river, devouring all who could not resist it. Those who could were cut down by the spirit of light dancing in the midst of the blinding inferno, her sword merciless and unrestrained. The distant palace drew nearer. Nephi had unleashed the flames to burn her enemies, but she couldn't maintain the blaze around herself constantly. Her reserves of essence, no matter how deep, would run out too fast that way. In the end, she released the control of the flame, leaving a burning street in her wake. Terrible blows rained on her body, but all the gruesome damage they dealt was washed away by the white radiance. The horror. All around her, the streets of Twilight were being devoured by the spreading blaze of the immortal flame. Nephi was like an undying, insatiable monster of flame that had taken the form of a slender young woman. Now that she had discarded her doubt and her fear, the true horror of her aspect was finally unleashed. No matter how her enemies cut and pierced her radiant body, nothing seemed capable of bringing her down. Her own sword, however, was like an incandescent omen of destruction and ruin, inevitable and inescapable, cutting down everything that stood in its way. Countless lives were melting in front of her merciless blade. Her mind was like a white void. Pain had become will. Will had become flame. Doubt had become ash. Nephi cut a road of blood and scorched bodies through the human flood, refusing to go down. Why would she? These swords, these spears, these arrows, these nails and teeth, she would withstand them all. Using her dormant ability did not diminish her essence, and so, she would continue to kill, and maim, and burn until Soul Stealer came in person to put a stop to her. As long as there was fire, she would light herself on fire. She would endure its harrowing blessing. She would persist. For now. Of course, even the undying were not invulnerable. No one was. Nephi was going to make a fatal mistake, eventually. Fatigue and mental strain would accumulate, draining her strength away. Then, she would be caught and pinned down, or obliterated entirely. But until that happened, she would continue to burn. Burn brightly in the dim twilight of the endless dawn. Chapter 15:15 Formless Shadow. High in the sky above Twilight, Sunny was being mauled by the Dreadlord. The monstrous butterfly shell he had hastily created was battered and torn, bleeding shadows into the air. The shadows dissipated into the beautiful radiance of dawn, disappearing. He had spent months on Aletheus Island, fighting against and being killed by all kinds of harrowing creatures. Of course, he had learned a lot about his killers during that time. The hollow butterfly was harder to fathom because it lacked a soul, though, and so its shell was rough and unstable. Sunny did not care. All he cared about was hurting the hateful dragon. His wings had long been broken, failing to regrow, so he clutched onto the body of the Dreadlord with his 6 sharp legs. His giant eyes were faceted, consisting of thousands of smaller ones, and so, thousands of harrowing dragons reflected in their dark surface, filling him with boundless rage. His long beak had just pierced the Dreadlord's flesh in the spot where a few scales had cracked, mangling it. Ah! Sunny felt murderous joy. Bleeding and hurt by that last attack, the dragon spread its wings. His maw opened, and another melodious call escaped from it, battering the monstrous butterfly like a devastating ram. Reeling from the shockwave of the following sonic boom, Sunny felt his shell falling apart and growled, mending it. The Dreadlord was a step ahead, though. Before the damaged butterfly coalesced back into a stable form, he tore 2 of its legs with his fangs, then broke another with his terrifying claws. Sunny felt his grip on the odious dragon loosen. No. No. Come back here, you hideous worm. Blinded by pain and driven mad by the scent of blood, he laughed. The massive body of the tenebrous butterfly rippled and then flowed, changing shape. Long tentacles shot from its carapace, wrapping themselves around the Dreadlord's wings and pressing them into his body. Soon, a revolting octopus-like abomination was clinging to him, tearing at his scales with a sharp beak. Sunny had no wings anymore, and the dragon could not move his. They plummeted from the sky, slower than they were supposed to, considering that Kai, and, by extension, the Dreadlord, could fly even without wings. But still fast enough. The moment the 2 of them hit the ground, shattering a dozen buildings and sending cracks running through the carapace of the inconceivable carcass Twilight stood upon, Sunny was thrown off the body of the dreadful dragon. He rolled away, his shell already shifting. By the time the Dreadlord rose, a giant leopard of decaying flesh was already lunging at him, aiming to bite into his throat. Updated from. Their frenzied battle continued. When they fought on the ground, Sunny assumed the form of a land predator. When the Dreadlord tried to rise into the sky, he assumed the form of a flying monstrosity. When the dragon threw him underwater, he turned into the onyx serpent, relentlessly attacking his loathsome enemy in the murky depths. Laughed at him. Sunny roared in fury. Shall we kill her again? Yes. I will devour her. Right after I'm done with you. Nephice. He was talking about Nephice. Deep in the crumbling embrace of his shell, Sunny went absolutely mad. Forgetting everything else except for his rage, he allowed the shell of the onyx serpent to dissolve into a torrent of shadows, and escaped their embrace. Landing on the shoulder of the harrowing dragon in his fragile human form, Sunny grasped the hilt of the Sin of Solace and plunged it between the impregnable scales. Or at least, he tried to. As if sensing the cursed blade, the Dreadlord finally showed a reaction. The massive body of the dragon recoiled, sending Sunny flying. He fell through the air with terrible speed, plummeting down, down. There were no shadows for him to safely land into. Before Sunny was splattered against the cold stones, someone caught him, slowing his fall. The 2 of them hit a stone wall and shattered it, rolling into the courtyard below. Sunny landed on something soft and bounced away. Arg. Leaning on the Sin of Solace, he rose and looked around with bloodshot eyes. The weathered corpses, the battlements, he knew this place. He was back in the floating fortress where Mordred had welcomed them to Twilight. So, the worm is afraid of my sword. A twisted grin appeared on his lips, and Sunny finally noticed another figure struggling to stand up from the cold stones near him. It was that annoying fly. Killing it would only take a split second. Before he could do it, though, a massive shadow covered him. Then, the battered dragon landed on the wall of the fortress, crushing the battlements with his claws. With silver blood streaming down his midnight scales, the Dreadlord gazed down at him, starlight burning in his malevolent eyes. His gaze shifted slightly, crushing down on the annoying fly like an invisible force. You. Chapter 15-16 Consuming Wrath. Using the fact that the loathsome dragon had been distracted by the fly, Sunny considered his enemy for a moment. His mind was aflame with insatiable anger, so it was hard to think, hard to stay still and contemplate the way to kill his enemy better, even though that was his one and only goal. Somewhere deep down, Sunny knew that he had surrendered his most lethal weapon, his cunning, to the scorching temptation of wrath. But that thought, too, was obliterated by the ocean of boundless rage. That worm is strong. Sunny had called upon his most primal, most destructive power, the Shadow Shell. He had ravaged the Dreadlord as a ferocious sea serpent, a dreadful butterfly, a decaying leopard, and many more revolting shapes. His attacks had dealt some damage to the enemy, but none of them had made the dragon real. The only thing that had was the sin of solace. Sunny glanced at the beautiful Jade Jian. He knows that sword. The Mad Prince had wielded the sin of solace, and so, the Dreadlord would be familiar with the sinister power of the cursed blade. Even if it had never been used against him, he would know and fear it. That was because while Sunny could mutilate the dragon's flesh, the sin of solace could shatter his mind. It had been created from the whisper of Ariel, the demon of dread, after all. And there was no one more familiar with the terror of Ariel's secrets than the Dreadlord, who was similarly burdened by the knowledge of truth due to his flaw. There was a problem, though. Sunny could only wield the sin of solace in a human hand, but his human body could be destroyed by one bellow from the dreadful dragon. Or maybe not. Grinning madly, Sunny dismissed the Jade Jian. At the same time, he called upon the shadows once again. They surged from the open gate of the shadow lantern, enveloping him like a dark tide. And then, a towering figure rose from that tide. This time, Sunny did not create the shell of a serpent, a butterfly, or a fearsome leopard. Instead, he borrowed a page from the devouring beast's book, and created the shell that was a perfect replica of himself, only on a much larger scale. Of course, he couldn't compete with the feral plague, who had stood 100 meters tall. But even at a third of her height, his head still rose above the battlements of the fortress. A furious dark giant made of shadows appeared in the middle of the courtyard, sharing Sunny's appearance. His towering body was covered by a cracked onyx armor, and a whirlwind of sparks surrounded his outstretched hand. Memories were mystical tools. They were created from the soul essence of their wielder, and adjusted to suit the wielder's body. That was why Awakened did not need to fit and tailor their armor, or mold the hilts of their weapons to their grip. However, things changed once an Awakened reached transcendence. The body of a saint could transform, taking an entirely different shape. It was only then that the limit to how much a memory could be adjusted to fit its wielder revealed itself. Different memories had different limits. Some could still be used by the transformed saints, some could not. Generally, the more powerful a memory was, the more flexible potential it possessed. And Sunny was willing to bet that the sin of solace, a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, possessed more than enough of it to be useful in the hands of a giant, especially because the form he had taken was only different from his own body in size, and therefore did not require the Jade Jian to stray away from its nature as a sword. All he had to do was pour more essence into manifesting it. 10 times more, 100 times more, 1,000 times more, it did not matter. Sunny's essence was inexhaustible right now. As the shape of a graceful sword, its blade dozens of meters long, started to manifest itself from light, Sunny grinned and dashed forward. It was going to take the sin of solace some time to weave itself into existence, and he would have to occupy the loathsome dragon until then. Struggling to control his massive body, Sunny leaned forward and rammed his shoulder into the wall of the courtyard. The entire fortress quaked and tilted, water pouring in through the broken gates. The wall itself cracked and collapsed, forcing the Dreadlord, who had been using it as purchase, to lose balance. Before the dragon could open his massive wings, Sunny grabbed onto him and pulled him down. His face was very close to the Dreadlord's bloodied chest. If not for the visor of the onyx helmet, Sunny would have tried to bite into his throat. What to do, what to do? Belatedly, he thought about his shadows. Saint, Fiend, Nightmare, they could help him a lot in this battle. Especially Saint, who was immune to all mind attacks and could resist the authority of the Dreadlord. But thinking about them filled him with endless fury. No one was allowed to steal his vengeance from him, no one. Summoning the shadows would only give them a chance to kill the odious dragon before he could. He would never allow that to happen. This is madness. A feeble thought was drowned by the torrent of bloodlust and demented anger. Sunny was not going to allow anyone to steal his victims. No. If he summoned the shadows, it would only be to kill them. Kill them all. In fact, it was exactly what he should have done. Each of them was a shadow creature, and a powerful one at that, suitable to become fuel for his soul. He had painstakingly nurtured them himself, after all. So, wasn't it only right, for him to reap what he had sown? Just imagining the flood of shadow fragments he would receive from slaughtering his servants made Sunny smile viciously. Was that how the Mad Prince had become a titan? It had to be. Where else would the vile madman find enough fragments to form the seventh core, here in the tomb of Ariel? Sunny would be wise to follow his example. But first, he had to kill the dragon. And the traitorous fly. Turning his head to look at his enemies, Sunny lingered for a split second. Out there, far away, wasn't something strange happening in Twilight? Suddenly frozen, he looked into the distance. Chapter 15-17 Supernova. On the crumbling streets of Twilight, a grotesque nightmare creature was mauling another with its fangs, while a rain of swords and spears fell on its tough hide. Each strike caused streams of fetid blood to pour out of ghastly wounds, but the abominations paid it no attention. Ah, it hurts. Mordred, who had taken the body of the nightmare creature, was not having a great time. Not only was he being cut and mangled by the vessels of the impostor, but it was also getting hard to breathe. The air was full of smoke, and the buildings around him had caught fire, at some point. But he was so close. Finally, the abominations he had been brutalizing shuddered and died. An ethereal stream of power flowed into his soul, and he fled into the reflections, escaping the cruel blades of the hollow vessels. Appearing a few hundred meters away from the pursuing mob, he left the dying body of the battered nightmare creature and returned to his own. Before too long, a familiar pain tore apart his soul, forcing Mordred to groan. Why does it have to be so unpleasant? A new core was being born in the depths of his soul. He was becoming a monster once again. This will give me some breathing room. The human flood was already surrounding him, seemingly endless. Mordred had only a few seconds of reprieve before the puppets of Soul Stealer would assault him again. His perception spread far and wide, jumping between countless reflections to observe the world. He saw Song of the Fallen, the blind witch. He also saw a giant made of shadows wield a jade sword against a harrowing dragon. Sunless, the madman, was fighting against the Dreadlord. Nightingale was there, as well, kneeling near a puddle of water. At that moment, Mordred's eyes glistened, and a sinister thought entered his mind. Can I? He hesitated for a moment, unsure. But then, a dark smile twisted his lips. Well, even if I fail, it will at least be entertaining. Mordred moved, contemplating how much essence he had left. Reaching the distant fortress would be a challenge. But then, he was distracted from these calculations. That was because he saw something else. Turning toward the heart of the city, Mordred froze for a moment. His eyes widened slightly. Updated from. His inhuman voice sounded like shards of broken glass. Nephice looked down. The radiance suffusing her skin dimmed a little. A tormented sigh escaped from her lips. Kneeling, just like she had at the end of the second nightmare. Nephi said. I came into this world, as a sharp blade. She raised her head slightly and looked at the monstrous creature with a tired gaze. But with every step I took, my edge was dulled. Her face slowly became impassive, devoid of all emotion. Her voice was like a whisper. I've made compromises, learned how to act reasonably, and forced myself to move with restraint. Nephi's took a deep breath and remained silent for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice had grown steady and loud. A hint of an indescribable emotion appeared in her radiant eyes. Glaring at the monstrous creature, she said, I am tired of compromises. I am tired of being reasonable. I am tired of being restrained. Nephi looked into the eyes of Soul Stealer, furious flames igniting in the depths of her own. I am Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan. Her gaze was suddenly full of cold contempt. Her even tone trembled with incinerating passion. Who dares to stop me? And when she spoke those words, the soft radiance suffusing her skin exploded with brilliant light. A hurricane wind rose, stirring the fire devouring the streets of Twilight. The 7 spears impaling Nephi to the ground caught aflame, melting in its scorching white heat. Although it seemed impossible, the blinding light emanating from her incandescent figure grew even more intense, unbearable to look at. If Sunny was there to see Nephi, he would have witnessed her 6 radiant soul cores swelling with furious light. He would have also seen one of them becoming covered by a net of fiery cracks. Soul Stealer moved, reaching forward, but he was too late. In the next moment, all the flames burning across the ruins of Twilight were suddenly absorbed by the incandescent figure kneeling in front of him. For a split second, the world was still and silent. There was a whisper. And then, everything dissolved in white radiance. Chapter 15:18 Ruin. Standing on the crumbling wall of the floating fortress, Sunny saw the light grow dim above Twilight. For a moment, everything was still. And then, the entire world was suddenly drowned in white radiance, blinding him. Stunned, he raised a hand to cover his eyes and saw a pristine star ignite in the heart of the distant city. It swelled, growing into a massive sphere of furious flame. Everything happened in an instant. The buildings nearest to the white star simply dissolved in its pure light, evaporating. Those further away exploded into dust and were erased from existence by an obliterating shockwave. Those behind them were flattened and melted, turning to ash from the immolating heat. A wave of incinerating fire, taller than the towering walls of the city, spread outward at lightning speed, consuming everything in its path, buildings, trees, cobblestones, even air itself, and all the tiny human figures flooding the crumbling streets. Behind it, the furious star rose and deformed, slowly turning into a mushroom cloud of incandescent white flame. The pillar of fire supporting it dwarfed everything, reaching toward the sky. What? Even driven into madness by fury, he was momentarily paralyzed by the harrowing splendor of that inconceivable sight. Twilight. Twilight was being destroyed in front of his eyes. That was when the invisible shockwave reached the fortress, shattering its walls and throwing him down. The deafening roar of the explosion came next, shaking the world. Sunny plummeted from the broken wall and hit the cold stones with a sickening sound. Bouncing off the hard surface, he rolled and then instinctively covered his head with his hands. In the next moment, a rain of stone debris fell down, pummeling him like crushing hail. Who dares? Deaf from the cataclysmic roar of the blast, he screamed furiously and tried to stand up. Something hit him on the head, but Sunny did not care. Hunched, he rose from the ground and peered into the dust that had enveloped everything around, searching for the massive figure of the dragon. So what if all of Twilight was devoured by flame? So what if it seemed like the sky had been shattered and fell down? He was still going to kill the hateful worm. Why is it so dark? He called her name with countless voices. His countless eyes festered with hatred and greed. But also fear. Nephi looked at him with contempt. Her even voice echoed across the radiant expanse, uttering a single word. Burn. And then, the beautiful landscape of her soul changed. The water Soul Stealer stood upon was no water at all. Instead, it was liquid flame, as if he was standing on the surface of a furious white star. The golden clouds floating above him were not vapor, but incandescent gas, as if he was drowning in burning stardust. Most harrowing of all, though, was the light of the 7 suns. Because here in the sea of changing stars' soul, there was no escape from their incinerating rays. The radiance of the seven suns swelled, turning the calm ocean into an incandescent white void. And, trapped in that merciless void, Soul Stealer burned. Chapter 1519 Reverse Scale. The floor of the floating fortress was tilted, and Sunny could hear the sound of water rushing into the breaches. His sight was obstructed by the cloud of dust, so he closed his eyes and sensed a massive figure stirring in the darkness. He grinned, forgetting about how torn and battered his body was. Looking up, Sunny saw two cold silver stars burning in the darkness high above him, the eyes of the murderous dragon, gazing down upon him. The dragon moved, and at the same time, the shadows moved, as well. The drowning fortress shuddered. Slumped near a puddle of water, Kai gasped for air. He was suffering from terrible pain and struggling to breathe. That blow Sunny had delivered him before was not a light one. He suspected that several of his ribs had been cracked or broken. His muscles were torn, as well, so drawing the bow was a torment. This, really is a nightmare. More than anything, Kai felt lost and confused. The battle the government forces were supposed to observe had already been a disaster. The terrible journey through the merciless white desert was like a feverish dream. Before he knew it, they were standing in front of a towering block of black stone, preparing to enter a seat of nightmare. Kai had thought that he had prepared himself mentally for the dreadful trial of the spell, but he had been wrong. Coming to his senses in the dim throne room of a mysterious palace was unlike anything he had ever expected, and much more terrible. Sunny was there, pulling him away from the falling debris. He heard some outlandish things about an evil dragon, who was also his twin, and an army of alien warriors that were supposed to help the cohort. A few moments later, the dark dragon was in front of them, commanding them to kneel. Kai knew that Sunny never lied, of course. But hearing that voice and feeling the irresistible authority contained within it, he fully realized that it was all true. The abominable dragon was, indeed, a copy of him. A much more powerful, vile, and corrupted version of Kai, who had betrayed his friends and was now trying to kill them. How could he turn on Sunny, Effie, Cassie, Nephice, and Colonel Jet? Kai did not know, but the truth was undeniable. Learning that truth hurt much more than having his ribs broken. Things had moved very fast from that point, not giving him an opportunity to process the bitter revelations and make sense of what was happening. Sunny warned him to stay away and suddenly turned into a giant serpent, attacking the dragon furiously. Had his friend somehow become a saint, already? Kai did not know. Luckily, Sunny was attacking the dragon so fiercely that it had no time to turn its gaze at Kai. And so, the insurmountable authority of its command was slowly growing weaker. Groaning, Kai turned to the puddle of water and looked at the one who was hiding in the reflections. His lips moved. Be ready. With that, he slowly picked up his bow and raised it with trembling hands. His bow was a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, and there were plenty of enchanted arrows in his soul arsenal. The problem was that, despite that, Kai had failed to deal substantial damage to the abominable dragon. Ironically, the most damage he had dealt was to the shadow giant Sunny created, just before the explosion. However, with his supernatural sight, Kai had long noticed a special scale hidden on the dragon's chest. It was of a different color than all others, as if forged from iron, and had a peculiar shape. Looking down, he looked at the iron amulet in the shape of an anvil hanging from a string on his neck. That amulet had been with him since the second nightmare, given to him by Sunny. And so, his evil copy must have possessed it, as well. Ignoring the pain, Kai gritted his teeth and rose, then strained his muscles, and drew his bow. The string was heavy. One shot. Sunny seemed to be moments away from death, so there would be no time for another. He couldn't miss. He wouldn't miss. Silencing the deafening whispers that drowned his mind, Kai did what he was best at, aimed his bow, held his breath, and allowed his fingers to slip from the string. A sinister red arrow flashed through the darkness and hit the small iron scale hidden among countless others on the chest of the lunging dragon. The dragon's claws tore through the forming shadow giant and struck Sunny, pressing him into the ground. The arrow failed to pierce the creature's tough hide, and so Kai swayed, suddenly weak from blood loss. But it did break that single scale, cracking it in two. In the next moment, the man hiding in the reflection was suddenly gone, and the dragon froze in place. Something sinister reflected in the depths of his silver eyes. Chapter 1520 Dreadful Soul. What a sight. Mordred watched as Nightingale, picturesque despite being bloodied and covered in dust, drew his bow and let an arrow loose. He had fled to the floating fortress after noticing the denial amulet fused into the Dreadlord's scales, and just in time. Something truly curious had happened in Twilight, destroying all the reflections he could have used to take a look. It was probably Changing Star's fault, or Soul Stealer's fault. In any case, Mordred would have been burned to a crisp if he had not left the city. After traversing the still water and reaching the fortress, he hid in the reflections and observed what was happening inside. Sunless was fighting like a madman, more of a madman than he usually was, while the Dreadlord viciously mauled and battered him. Truly, it was a miracle that Sunless had been able to battle the tyrant of Verge for so long, and even deliver countless wounds to the mighty dragon. What other master could have done the same? That guy really boggled the mind. Nevertheless, there was something strange about their fight. The defiled saint could have gone for the kill a long time ago, but he was restraining himself. Probably because he wanted to capture Sunless alive. And make him a slave again. That made sense. Although Mordred mostly knew about the 6 plagues from the records he had spied in the frozen reflection of Twilight, the Mad Prince seemed to have been the deterrence the Tyrant of Verge used to keep the other 5 defiled champions in check, especially Soul Stealer. Now that Soul Stealer had finally turned on him, Sunless and his sinister soul were the best weapon the Dreadlord could use against the rebellious fiend. Mordred studied Nightingale for a while, amused. Have I really submitted to that naive fool? Well, he must not have remained naive for long after becoming defiled. Still, how had Soul Stealer missed the chance to become the master of the Mad Prince himself, after Changing Star was gone? The impostor was really a disappointment. Regardless, Mordred had spoken to the Nightingale, the original carrier of the denial amulet, just before Twilight went up in flames. The charming archer had a part to play. And now, it seemed that he had played it brilliantly. A red arrow whistled through the air and struck the small scale on the chest of the giant dragon, cracking it. What a shot! How hard would it be, to hit a target so small, and a moving one at that? Mordred allowed himself to admire the precision of the ascended archer for a split second. And then dove into the Dreadlord's corrupted soul. Here we go. Smiling, Mordred found himself surrounded by darkness. The darkness extended its revolting tendrils, trying to catch him. A forest of them rose from all sides, slithering like snakes. Trembling slightly, he evaded the grasp of corruption and dashed forward. That's why I hate invading the souls of nightmare creatures. At least he possessed both of his hands here. Sadly, Mordred could only reflect the powers and weapons of the master of the invaded soul, not use his own. And since the Dreadlord had surrendered to defilement and was thus banished from the nightmare spell, there were no memories here for Mordred to summon. A slender rapier hovered in the air above the blind girl, seemingly concerned. Cassie concentrated on it, feeling her consciousness begin to slip. Go. The quiet dancer hesitated for a few moments, then disappeared into the darkness. Cassie sighed and allowed her battered body to relax. Laying on the blackened carapace of a dead abomination, she turned her head to face the ruins of Twilight. A cold, pale smile appeared on her lips. In the heart of the destroyed city, Nephi slowly opened her eyes. Soul Stealer was no more. The bright radiance suffusing her skin slowly grew dim and disappeared. The white flames dancing in her eyes were extinguished. Her silver hair, which had been flowing in an ethereal wind, fell down. Standing naked amidst the scene of utter devastation, she shivered and looked around. Her mind was empty. After a while, Nephi realized that her tunic had been destroyed, and summoned another memory. The familiar weight of the Starlight Legion armor, the only one she had left, settled on her shoulders, making her feel comforted. That armor. It felt as if she was forgetting something. Twilight. Soul Stealer, the Dread Lord. As she remained motionless, considering her thoughts, a slender rapier fell from the dark sky and hovered in front of her, trembling slightly. Nephice looked at it impassively. The rapier turned, its tip pointing into the darkness. You want to lead me somewhere? Quiet dancer, that was Cassie's echo. The rapier trembled again, and then flew forward. Frowning slightly, Nephice followed. Chapter 1521 Sharpest Arrow. In the courtyard of the drowning fortress, a harrowing dragon growled and took a step back, its massive body shuddering. His silver eyes had lost their sinister light, turning glossy and unfocused. A vicious battle must have been taking place in the dragon's corrupted soul. The maddening whispers thundering in Kai's head finally grew silent. He swayed, then took a labored breath and limped toward Sunny. His friend was laying on the cold stones, barely alive. His body was a terrible painting of torn flesh, white bones visible through its mangled mess. Eerily, he was still not bleeding at all. Usually, Kai would have been reassured by that fact, but right now, it looked like Sunny was already a cold corpse. But he wasn't a corpse. Sunny was still moving, struggling to stand up. Even after battling a defiled saint tooth and nail, he was still unbroken, trying to continue to fight. As Kai approached, he heard his furious whispers. Kill you. I'll kill you, shut up. I'll tear you apart. Strangely enough, his hateful gaze was not directed at the archer. Instead, Sunny was glaring past him, seemingly at an empty spot. Kai felt his heart tighten. What is happening to him? Sunny had always had a wild personality, and there was that time he had turned a little feral in the dark city, but he was never truly mad. Now, however, it seemed as though his friend had entirely lost his mind. There must be a reason. He had warned Kai to stay away before, had he not? That meant that this strange condition Sunny was in had a purpose. To resist the authority of the Dread Lord, most likely, somehow. It had to be a part of some cunning scheme. He would deal with it later. For now, Kai had a more serious problem to solve. The abominable dragon was still alive. And while that man, Mordred, seemed confident in himself, there was no telling who would prevail in their dire fight. The result would be clear in seconds. But Kai looked at the dragon with a lost expression. The Dread Lord, Mordred, both of them were monsters. He still remembered what the scion of the great clan Valor had done in the Second Nightmare. The harrowing massacre he had perpetrated in the Kingdom of Hope was not something a sane person would ever commit. Even if he did win, was it really fine to let the dreadful authority of Kai's voice fall into the hands of someone so depraved? Wait a little more, Sunny. I'll come back for you, soon. Turning away from his friend, Kai gritted his teeth and pushed himself off the ground. Soaring into the air, he strained his core muscles to draw the string of his bow, and at the same time, summoned the sharpest arrow he had in store. That one was not capable of producing devastating blasts, or robbing nightmare creatures of their strength. Its enchantment was rather simple, it burrowed much deeper than other arrows would, piercing flesh and bone like butter. The drawback was that the arrow was flimsy and fragile. It was disobedient and slow, too, so hitting anything with it was a tough task. More than that, its tip would shatter against any kind of armor, therefore, it wasn't easy to make use of the insidious enchantment. He did, however, hear a terrible scream. Turning his head, Kai saw a human figure rolling on the ground in agony. It was Mordred, the scion of Valor, missing a hand and covered in blood. There was something terribly wrong with that lunatic, though. His face, which had seemed to be incapable of showing earnest emotions, was now twisted by a terrible grimace, an eerie darkness devouring his eyes. Letting out a stifled groan, Mordred clutched at the stones and crawled to the nearby puddle. Reaching it, he thrust his hand into the water, into his own reflection, and tore something from within his chest, then threw it away. The thing looked like a soul shard, a piece of a mirror. Hitting the ground, the mirror shard suddenly rippled and turned into a vague figure. That figure then turned into a perfect copy of Mordred. A reflection, created by ripping one of his cores out of his soul. There was something terribly wrong with that reflection, though. As Kai watched, stunned, the visage of Mordred was twisted and deformed, tendrils of vile darkness sprouting from within it. The ghastly creature suddenly looked incredibly threatening and sinister, a frenzied smile blooming on its bloodied lips. It was as though he was watching a seed of corruption bloom, turning the human into a nightmare creature right in front of his eyes. Still on the ground, Mordred whispered a quiet curse. Ah, that was truly unpleasant. He did not look capable of fighting the defiled reflection, though, in that wretched state. Kai was laying in the rubble, his body broken and mangled, so he was not much better. Sunny was still writhing on the ground, trying to stand up, but he was the most corpse-like of them three. I must protect him. Kai tried to move, but a surge of pain sent him crushing back down on the sharp stones. A short yelp escaped from his lips. With unwanted tears in his eyes, he looked up and saw the vile reflection walking toward his friend. Its missing hand had sprouted terrible glass claws, and its jaw was unhinged, twisted fangs growing through the mangled flesh. No. Before the creature could reach Sunny, though. A slender rapier pierced its chest, and a radiant hand grasped its head. In the next moment, the reflection was illuminated from inside by a pure white light. Smoke rose from its open mouth and charred holes where its eyes had been just a moment ago, filling the air with the revolting stench of burned flesh. Then, a net of cracks covered the creature's body, and it shattered like a glass sculpture. Behind it, the figure of Changing Star was revealed, looking down with an emotionless expression. Sparks of pure white flame danced in her cold gray eyes, and she somehow seemed both the same and different from the last time Kai had seen her, back in the Nightmare Desert. Turning her head slightly, Nephice looked at the corpse of the harrowing dragon and remained motionless for a few moments. Then, she said, her voice strangely devoid of feeling. We won. Chapter 1522 Break of Dawn. Driven to madness by wrath, Sunny was forcing his mangled body to move. His mind was muddled by fury and pain, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand up, for some reason. An inferno of dark, malignant rage was consuming his aching heart. No, no, no. The dragon, the hateful worm, was laying dead on the wet stones, stolen from him. Silver blood was pouring from his opened maw and obliterated eye, slowly spreading across the ruined courtyard. If only there had been more time, if only no one had interfered in their fight. Sunny would have been able to slay the Dread Lord himself. He knew he would. But the dragon was gone. And now that he was gone, Sunny's suffocating fury needed a new target. Kill them all. I'll kill them. He could sense several shapes through the shadows. The loathsome fly that had stolen his prey, the crippled fiend who had come from the water, and a macabre abomination that had been spawned by a tainted shard of the fiend's soul. And the most odious of them all, a pale young man wearing a nebulous black mantle, who was looking at him mockingly with a derisive smile. Look at you, fool. Mad as a hatter. How pathetic, how familiar, how distasteful. Sunny growled. The abomination was staggering toward him, piercing him with the demented gaze of its rotten eyes. Glass claws were growing from its stump, and twisted fangs were growing from its bloodied maw. He grinned. Good. He couldn't stand up, for the moment, so the creature was graciously delivering itself to him. Sunny was going to enjoy tearing it apart. But before he could, a slender rapier pierced the abomination's chest, and a radiant hand grasped its head. The creature glowed with incandescent light, being incinerated from within, and then shattered like a broken mirror. He howled, his hoarse voice full of indescribable rage. No. They stole another from him. Thieves, traitors. Leaving behind only horror. Confusion, too, and pain. Finally, the pain he had been ignoring caught up with Sunny, making him shudder and let out a tormented groan. He was consumed by agony. But then, the hand resting on his head ignited with a soft glow, and its comforting warmth chased the pain away. A wave of cleansing white flame spread through his body, mending his broken flesh and healing his harrowing wounds. The sense of relief it brought was overwhelming. Which only added to Sunny's confusion. Soon, he was left laying on the ground, disoriented and feeling lost. Everything that had happened since he activated the King's Resentment, enchantment of the Crown of Twilight was like a blur, but the memory of it remained, etched into his mind. What happened? Sunny felt incredibly tired, but he forced himself to raise his head. Nephice was kneeling in front of him, wearing the Starlight Legion armor, for some reason. Her striking gray eyes were calm and cold. Behind her, the corpse of the Dread Lord towered above the ruined courtyard of the floating fortress. Kai was laying on a pile of rubble, heavily wounded. Mordred was there, as well, staring at the dead dragon with a grim expression. The world was dark, with only a few rays of pale sunshine pouring through the veil of ashen clouds. There was something else, as well. A black crow was perched on the remnants of the broken wall, staring down at them. Sunny looked at Nephice, a storm of emotions raging in his heart. Noticing that he had regained his senses, she nodded simply and rose. Turning away, she walked toward where Kai was laying, his ivory armor painted by blood. Soon, soft radiance flowed from her hands, healing the archer. At the same time, Mordred sighed deeply and looked at Kai with a hint of resentment. "Why did you do it?" "I almost had him." Kai met his gaze somberly, and then said in a hoarse voice. "That was why I did it." The Prince of Nothing remained silent for a moment, then grinned with dark amusement and turned to Nephice. Waving his bloody stump in the air, he asked blithely, "Don't I get healed?" Her answer was cold and even. "Wait for your turn." Sunny observed it all, too tired to move, and too numb to think. Soon, two figures climbed over the pile of rubble that the wall of the fortress had turned to. They were Effie and Jet. Effie was walking while supporting her weight with a spear, while Jet was carrying unconscious Cassie. When she appeared, both Crow and the quiet dancer rushed to her side. The wind tore apart the veil of clouds, and finally, the light of dawn illuminated the drowning fortress once again. Sunny looked at the sky pensively. A strange thought surfaced in his mind. We won. Chapter 1523 Endlessly Flowing. Soon enough, the wind carried the clouds of ash away. Twilight was once again illuminated by the beautiful light of dawn, what was left of Twilight, at least. The floating fortress where the Dread Lord had died broke apart and drowned in the still water. The water itself was starting to move, sparkling in the sunlight. Now that the Serpent King's city and whatever enchantments had held it in place were destroyed, the current was slowly returning. Soon enough, the current would carry it all, the blackened ruins of Twilight, the corpses of the defiled that had stormed it, and the broken ships of its fallen defenders, to the edge, then throw them into the lightless abyss that lay beyond it, where they would never be found or seen again, unless someone braved the void and reached the very bottom of Ariel's dreadful world, erasing all signs that Twilight had ever existed from the endlessly flowing surface of the great river. Until the next cycle came. Hopefully, Sunny would not be there to witness it. The cohort had returned aboard the chain breaker before the fortress drowned. Now, they were observing the charred carcass of the inconceivable abomination that had served as the foundation of Twilight slowly crumbling and submerging underwater. The brilliant explosion had put a net of cracks into it, and now, the weight of the immense carapace and the water pressure were slowly pulling it apart. Well, some of them were observing. Some were in no condition to pay it much attention, if any at all. Cassie was still unconscious. Her wounds, including the deep gash on her neck, had been healed by Nephice, but the blind girl was showing no signs of waking up, yet. Surviving the mayhem and the obliterating blast must have taken a toll on her. In any case, this dilemma seemed too tiring and complicated to consider right now. Looking away, Sunny turned his full attention to the wood grain of the chainbreaker's deck. Everything had gone wrong in Twilight. He had failed, but also prevailed, in a sense. Soul Stealer was dead. The Dread Lord was dead, too. The army they had hoped to recruit was dead as well. And Nephice had used the Shadow Bond to cure Sunny from madness, but still. She had broken her promise. Again. And saved him, again. What a mess. Tired and confused, he closed his eyes and lowered his head to the root of the sacred tree. He just wanted to sleep. The problems, messy as they were, could wait until tomorrow. Chapter 1524 Bitter, Sweet. By the time Sunny woke up, it was night. Even this place of endless dawn had a night, just like the crimson expanse of eternal dusk had one. However, nights were short and fleeting at the edges of the great river. Before he knew it, the 7 suns were already rising again. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. The world became painted by the soft colors of the breaking dawn. With a sigh, Sunny rubbed his eyes and sat up. He felt strangely great. His body was in perfect shape because of Nef's healing flames, and his mental energy had been restored with the help of the Shroud of Dusk after having a good sleep. Nightmare had also guarded his dreams, as well as the dreams of everyone else aboard the Chainbreaker. Here in the pyramid built by the Demon of Dread, that alone was more important than one would think. Great. Nevertheless, his good mood was diminished when he remembered what had transpired in Twilight. I should probably be happy, right? Beyond himself, even. And he was, to an extent. 2 of the most dangerous enemies there were in the tomb of Ariel had been slain, so why wouldn't he? Finally, the end of this nightmare did not seem so distant as to be impossible anymore. Salvation was within reach, already visible far in the distance, just like the first rays of the rising suns were, shining from beyond the horizon to break the reign of night. But Sunny couldn't feel completely happy. That victory of theirs had been too perilous, almost turning into defeat. In fact, it should have been a defeat, if not for a couple miracles. Other than that, he was not happy with himself, personally. Sunny had accomplished a few astonishing feats during the battle for Twilight, true, reaching the throne room of the Serpent King's palace, lifting the curse of frozen time, resisting the authority of the Dread Lord, fighting the defiled saint almost to a standstill while being inhabited by madness, and even realizing the full potential of his current level of mastery over Shadow Dance. What other master could boast that they were not only capable of transforming themselves akin to a saint, but were also not limited to a single static form? Turning into monstrous serpents, winged horrors, and dreadful beasts, truly, the depth of his divine aspect was slowly starting to put the entire hierarchy of Awakened under question. Sunny did not let the sword wraith finish and stood up, deciding to go find the other members of the cohort. Nephi's was still in the strange state of having had her reserve of humanity burned away by the terrible torment of her flaw. Usually, she would have already been up and about, preparing breakfast for the cohort, but today, that did not happen. Instead, Nephi's was simply meditating at the stern of the Chainbreaker, unmoved and unbothered by anything. The other members of the cohort had chosen not to disturb her. There was a tantalizing smell spreading through the air. Effie had taken it upon herself to cook up a feast, using the supplies stored in the cargo hold of the flying ship without sparing any of the ingredients. Sunny heard his stomach growl, and realized how hungry he was. Soon, all of them, even Nephi's, had gathered on the mess deck, sitting around a table. Cassie had regained consciousness, but was still pale. Kai seemed to be a bit out of it, undoubtedly digesting the many incredible twists and turns of this bizarre nightmare. Effie and Jet were, more or less, their usual selves. It almost looked like the good old days when the cohort shared meals together, with the added bonus of having Jet keep them company. There was only one thing spoiling the atmosphere. Mordred was also there, sitting near Sunny and looking at them with a curious expression. The Prince of Nothing picked up a pair of chopsticks and smiled pleasantly. "What's for breakfast?" Chapter 1525 Memory of Light. The breakfast ended up passing in a strange atmosphere. Which was understandable, considering that they were sharing the table with a homicidal maniac. Mordred was nothing but amiable and pleasant, but it was exactly his disarming charm that made everyone feel disturbed and uncomfortable. After all, they all knew what the Prince of Nothing was capable of, some better than others. Mordred was not the only one who made the conversation feel stifled, though. Nephi's was still detached and impassive. Cassie was keeping quiet, as if she had forgotten how to speak. Sunny was not in the mood to talk either, concentrating on his food. Kai was deep in thought, still struggling to come to terms with what he had learned from Effie and Jet. After a while, all 7 of them were more or less done with the meal. In the silence that followed, Effie glanced around the table. So? She leaned back and smiled. Is anyone going to explain what the hell happened in that damned city? Sunny looked at her somberly. So did Nephice and Mordred, the former without any emotion, the latter with a hint of amusement. At that moment, Jet stretched her legs, crossed them comfortably, and nodded. Yeah. Actually, I'm dying to know, too. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, trying to imagine the situation from their perspective, then sighed. Taking a sip of tea, he said. Well, first of all, our base assumption was wrong. We assumed that Twilight had been frozen in the middle of a battle between its army and the invading forces of the Defilement, but in fact, it was a battle between Soul Stealer and the Dread Lord all along. He paused, then added in a dark tone. They must have breached the walls of the city, which allowed Soul Stealer to consume the souls of everyone in Twilight. That was when he turned on the Dread Lord and tried to consume him, as well, and when the Mad Prince made use of the situation to activate the defensive array and trap them both. So, when I deactivated the array, both of those fiends were unleashed. Across the table from him, Cassie suddenly spoke. Some of us have a good chance of resisting Prince Mordred's power, but some don't. That was why you two had to be hidden from Soul Stealer. She turned slightly, facing Mordred. He smiled innocently. I don't like it at all. Sunny stared at the Prince of Nothing silently for a moment, then looked away. Don't worry. You don't have to be wary of him, too much. We are currently allies, after all, and he knows that if something untoward happens, this nightmare will become his grave. The threat hidden in his words was not very subtle. But Sunny did not really worry about Mordred. There might have been something really wrong with that guy, but he was not a fool. The exact opposite, actually. He knew that harming any member of the cohort inside the tomb of Ariel would be a fatal mistake. Especially now, right after Soul Stealer had been destroyed by Nephice, Mordred would not risk making them all his enemies. At least not until the very last moments of the nightmare. Sunny sighed. In any case, pretty much as soon as the array was deactivated, Kai and I faced the Dreadlord. I had to use an enchantment of the Crown of Twilight to resist his commands, but at the cost of plunging into an uncontrollable rage. While the two of us fought against the dragon, Nephice and Cassie found themselves surrounded by the vessels of Soul Stealer. Knowledge of unearned. There were 7 strings in total, with only one of them revealed and described as mastered. So, whatever happened to Nephice in Twilight had not only allowed her to become a Titan, but also unlocked her aspect legacy. And that aspect legacy was more than a little bit strange, seemingly granting some sort of knowledge instead of relics. Sunny would lie if he said that he wasn't interested in learning what had happened. He looked at Nephice, hoping that she would explain at least something. She remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged indifferently. I tried to make my way to the palace, but Soul Stealer stood in my way. Facing defeat, I made a breakthrough and conceived of a new way of using my aspect, just like you had conceived of using yours to take shapes of powerful creatures. So, I used one of my soul cores as fuel and destroyed it to unleash a conflagration of soul flame. Sunny stared at her incredulously. On paper, what Nephice said made sense. He had indeed managed to deepen his understanding of his aspect and create techniques like Shadow Shell and Shadow Incarnation, thus becoming more powerful while remaining of the same rank. In a similar fashion, Nephice could have deepened her understanding and reached new heights of power. But there was a piece of the puzzle missing. So, your aspect allows you to burn your own soul and use it as fuel. But why was the explosion so immense and destructive? She looked at him impassively. My soul essence is especially potent, as you know. The explosion would have been devastating, regardless. But, yes, there was another element, as well. It was sorcery. Sunny raised his eyebrow, hiding how perplexed he was. Sorcery? Nephice nodded. Yes. The sorcery of names. I used the name of wind to fan the flames burning across Twilight, and absorbed them. Then, I ignited my soul, and whispered the name of fire. You saw the rest. In the end, all vessels of Soul Stealer were destroyed. The remnants of the defiled horde were destroyed, as well, allowing me to reform the Terror Core and form a new one. She paused for a moment. With nowhere else to run, Soul Stealer was forced to enter my soul. I burned him. Her even tone and motionless face made it seem as though destroying a corrupted titan, millions of his puppets, and thousands of nightmare creatures in one fell swoop was nothing out of the ordinary. The rest of them stared at Nephice in stunned silence. In the end, Effie grinned. Good job, princess. Let's be friends, okay? Sunny was thinking about something else. Knowledge of fire. He had an inkling of what the knowledge Nephice had received from her aspect legacy was. It had to have contained the true name of fire, at the minimum, of every kind of fire there was, perhaps. It must have also elevated her already unmatched affinity to flame to entirely new heights. Nephice, meanwhile, looked at Effie with a hint of confusion in her striking gray eyes. Aren't we already friends? The huntress chuckled and raised her thumb up. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. Chapter 1526 Tempered in Flame. Nephice tilted her head, remained silent for a few moments, then said. I received a fair number of memories, too, sadly, not nearly as many as one would have expected, considering the death toll of the explosion. Still, there is at least one or two for each of us. We can distribute them later. With that, she turned to Sunny. That is what happened to Soul Stealer. What happened to the Dreadlord, though? How were the three of you able to kill him? He lingered for a bit. Cassie almost died in that explosion. Is Neff not concerned about that at all? A slight frown appeared on his face. Eventually, he grimaced and answered in a dark tone. Well, I already said that the Crown of Twilight allowed me to ignore his commands. That should have made things easier, since his most fearsome weapon was taken away. In practice, though, so was mine. My mind. Without being able to think straight, I was no better than a frenzied beast, worse, even, because even a beast would have used everything at his disposal to survive. He shook his head. But I was unwilling to summon my shadows, or work together with Kai to bring the Dreadlord down. That was, unfortunate, to say the least. In the end, we ended up outside the city, in that floating fortress. I tied down the fiend, relentlessly attacking his body. That gave Kai an opportunity to destroy the amulet which had protected the bastard from Soul Stealer, and that gave Mordred an opportunity to attack his soul, in turn. Sunny glanced at Kai and smiled from the corner of his mouth. The Dreadlord was paralyzed for a few seconds, and our resident dragon slayer used those seconds to drive an enchanted arrow through his brain. That was how the three of us, but mostly Kai, managed to kill him. Kai had also prevented Mordred from taking possession of the Dreadlord's body, which would have undoubtedly given the Prince of Nothing ideas. Right now, he could be trusted not to turn on them because he needed Nephice to destroy the First Seeker. If Mordred had the power to subjugate her with the authority of the dragon's voice, though? Who knew what he would have done? In hindsight, Kai's decision to not wait for the results of the soul battle might have saved them all. Sunny gave Mordred a somber look. Gods. How did I end up on the same team with that guy? Noticing his gaze, the Prince of Nothing smiled. Oh. I would have killed the Dreadlord myself. Probably. There was a little problem, you see, a seed of corruption somehow ended up blooming in my soul. Luckily, I managed to extricate the infected part and turn it into a reflection before the disease spread. So, I am back to being a mere beast. Alas. Now, it was time for them to stare at Mordred. What the hell? Who talked about becoming infected with corruption, cutting up their own soul, and turning the contaminated portion of it into an external entity in order to heal themselves? What insanity was that? Then, she turned to Cassie and asked. What is the fastest way we can get there? The blind girl hesitated for a moment. I'll have to check. She stood up and left, soon returning with a heavy crate. The stone slates they had recovered in the drowned temple of the defiled Sybil were stored there. It took Cassie some time to lay the slates out on the table, reference them, and come up with an approximate route. In the end, she pointed to a particular slate. There, the shape of a graceful castle was etched. It seems that the fastest way to Verge is to simply sail downstream and keep going until we almost reach the dawn of time. However, the blind girl put two slates that did not seem to have anything in common together. With what we know about the shape of the Great River now, we can save a lot of time by simply crossing it, sailing past the western edge, and braving the inner void. That way, we should be able to bypass most of the journey into the past and land near Verge directly. A strange silence settled on the mess deck. Nephi studied the stone slates for a while, then nodded. This will take us close to Fallen Grace first. Let's stop there on the way, then, before departing for the final battle. She looked at them, her gaze lingering on Sunny for a few extra moments. Eventually, she said, "If there is no objections." He might have been mistaken, but it seemed as though at least a hint of liveliness had returned to her voice. Well, the words liveliness and Nephi's did not really go together, but it was a great relief to see that her humanity was slowly coming back. She was even interested in their opinions, his opinion, in particular. At least it seemed that way. Sunny sighed. What else is there to do? If we want to escape this nightmare, Virgin the only way. He shrugged. No objections from me. The others did not have any, either. After a few moments of silence, Nephi nodded. Onward to Verge, then. Chapter 1527 Leaving Twilight. The chain breaker left the drowning remains of Twilight behind and turned away from the rising suns. Drifting above the currents, it traversed the dreadful battlefield and escaped into clear waters. The great river flowed below them. By now, the sight of the world in constant motion was both familiar and calming. Sunny had a feeling that returning to reality, where the ground was solid and unmoving, would be a strange experience. There were no nightmare creatures in the vicinity of Twilight, so they could relax for a few days. The members of the cohort rested and recuperated, not doing anything in particular. They slept, consumed delicious meals, and spent their time in idleness. Even Mordred's presence did not dampen the peaceful mood. He was nothing if not accommodating, even pleasant to be around. Of course, he was. True monsters knew better than anyone how to appear sympathetic and friendly, after all. And the Prince of Nothing was a singular existence even among the insidious monsters. But that was fine. Sunny did not mind sharing a ship with him, as long as Mordred was an ally. Gods knew that the cohort needed all the help it could get in this dreadful, utterly unreasonable nightmare. Sunny himself did not do much in the first few days of their journey across the Great River. He slept some more, spent some time staring at the sky, and chatted with Kai, describing the past events of the nightmare in more detail. The month he had spent with Nephi on the carcass of the black turtle, the battle with the azure serpent. Their meeting with Ananke and the visit to Forlorn Weave. The journey to Fallen Grace and their reunion with Cassie. The battle against the defiled Sybil, the dreadful months they had spent on Eletheus Island, and their eventual escape. In the process, Sunny also spoke about the many mysteries they had solved and the startling revelations they had received in the tomb of Ariel. Looking back, he had truly learned a lot here, both about the past and the present. And about himself. Kai was the perfect audience for his outrageous tales. Sharing his experiences with a friend soothed Sunny's conflicted heart, a little. He was not quite all right, after suffering so much in Antarctica and on the Great River, how could he be? But he was at least back to being his usual spirited self. Almost. There was still the issue of what had happened at the end of Twilight to deal with. If there was a way to deal with that, even. Sunny felt that he at least owed it to himself to have a talk with Nephi's, pointless or not. But with Nephi's being in that strange dispassionate state, talking with her about deeply emotional issues did not seem like a good idea. She was slowly recovering, at least. So, Sunny decided to wait until she was back to her usual self before broaching the topic. With that, there was nothing for him to do. Eventually, the chain breaker traveled far away from Twilight. They were still bathed in the beautiful blaze of the endless dawn, but the waters the graceful ship was braving had imperceptibly changed. They were surrounded by danger once more. From here onward, there would be untold horrors hiding beneath the waves once more. The radiant sky would harbor terrifying abominations once more. And so, the members of the cohort would have to maintain vigilance at all times once more, ready to fight for their lives. The mood aboard the chain breaker subtly changed. That said, strangely, Sunny was not too concerned. Perhaps it was arrogance, but looking at the 7 people gathered on the graceful ship, he felt confident in their chances of at least reaching Verge unharmed. Had there ever been a more deadly cohort of masters? Surely not. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. So, how is Ravenheart treating you? The Prince of Nothing gave him a curious look. Ah, you know. The weather is not great, but the people are really charming. Well, you've met Xianxia and Beastmaster, so you must have an idea. It's like I'm living in a flower garden. Sunny smiled, nodded, and asked cordially. I see. So, what are the sovereigns up to? Are they really going to abandon the waking world? Chapter 1528 New Eden. Mordred studied him with a neutral expression. Then, he smiled pleasantly. How should I know? Am I a sovereign? Sunny stared at him silently for a few moments. Eventually, he shook his head. No, but you are a son of one, was raised by another, and currently serve the third. If you don't know, then who would? Mordred laughed. Well, if you put it like that, it does sound like I should know. However, Sunless, you seem to be mistaken about something. The thing is, I don't care to know. Why should I care about the waking world? Whatever happens to it has little to do with me. Sunny frowned. Indeed, Mordred had spent most of his childhood in the dream realm, so he had little attachment to Earth. More than that, he was not someone who would care about the lives of hundreds of millions of innocent people, let alone feel inclined to do something to save them. All Mordred cared about was his revenge against the great clan Valor. A faint smile appeared on Sunny's face. Sure, you might not care about the waking world. But you do care about your father's plans, at least as far as to be able to try and ruin them better. So cut the crap and just tell me what you know. If you don't mind. Mordred stared at him with amusement for a while, then sighed and shook his head. Well, why not? But I'm afraid that you are overestimating me. I really do not know what my father and the Queen of Worms are planning. I am not exactly on speaking terms with the former, and the latter does not trust me enough to share such secrets. All I know is that they are serious about having a war with each other. That was why I joined Qisong. He lingered for a moment and added, his voice losing its usual lightheartedness, I'll warn you, though. Don't presume to understand the sovereigns, Sunless. You might think that you have them figured out, but you don't. They are far older than we are, and far more powerful. They are also not some cardboard villains. My father, Qisong, and the third one, are the most exceptional individuals of their generation, or maybe even of all generations. They did not end up on their thrones by accident. Sunny looked at him somberly. What are you trying to say? Mordred shrugged with a smile. I'm just saying that you might find it hard to understand their plans. Abandoning the waking world? Well, that surely sounds like something they would do. But if you think about it, why would they do that? Even if the sovereigns only care about the dream realm, they still need Awakened to populate it. And Awakened cannot exist without mundane people. You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs, and you can't get a stable supply of eggs without a poultry farm. Something like that. Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking about what Mordred had said. Although the terms he used were very cynical, the underlying message held true. Indeed, there had to be an immense population of mundane people for a comparatively small amount of Awakened to emerge. If the waking world was indeed destined to be consumed by the dream realm, the sovereigns could not allow themselves to abandon it completely before that happened. Which went against what Sunny had learned about them before. He frowned, feeling confused. Eventually, Sunny shook his head and asked, his voice somber. Mordred smiled. Well, in any case. Those reclusive extremists did not last long. Their colony was eventually overtaken by nightmare creatures, and he was the only one who survived. In the end, he found his way to Bastion, met my father, was brought back to the waking world, and joined Broken Sword's cohort. The Prince of Nothing looked at Sunny with a strange expression, then frowned. I hope that satisfied your curiosity. Ah, all this talking made me thirsty. I think I'll go find myself something to drink. He rose and moved to walk away, but then lingered for a moment. Looking back, Mordred said in a friendly tone. Oh, by the way. I said before that you'd better hope to never meet that guy. Sorry. I don't think you'll have a choice. The old man, you see, is very interested in people with divine bloodlines. Considering your connection to Shadow, the only missing lineage, he'll probably come find you someday. Your precious changing star, as well, since there might not be another dream spawn anywhere in the two worlds. With that, he smiled pleasantly and walked away, leaving Sunny alone. The chain breaker continued moving west, the leaves of the sacred tree rustling gently in the wind. Sunny stared silently at the vast expanse of the great river, his head full of dark thoughts. God damn it. It was really unfair. He did not even have the lineage of Shadow God, blood we've had greedily devoured it a long time ago. Why did he have to deal with a mysterious and sinister sovereign? It was not as if Sunny did not have a host of other terrible problems he had to deal with already. Mordred might have been lying, as well. It was only then that Sunny thought back on their conversation and uttered a quiet curse. The Prince of Nothing had talked for so long, but did not give a straight answer to a single question. That bastard. Chapter 1529 Worm of Doubt. The conversation with Mordred left Sunny in a somber mood. The bastard clearly knew more than he had deemed necessary to share, but the few pieces of information he did offer were concerning. However, Sunny did not dwell on the distant threat of the sovereigns for long. He did not have the luxury of worrying about something waiting far in the future when there were lethal dangers waiting for him in the present. Or past, technically, considering that Verge was situated far downstream, as close to the source and the estuary as the Seekers of Truth had been able to build it, before the defilement was born. Not long after he talked with Mordred, the chain breaker was attacked for the first time since leaving Twilight. The cohort dealt with the swarm of the drowned with comparative ease, allowing him to collect a few soul shards and for Jet to replenish her reserves of essence. After that, they maintained a battle-ready schedule at all times. Sunny's shadow stood guard at different points of the ship day and night. Nephice and Cassie took turns steering the graceful vessel, keeping it at low altitude, sometimes just above the flowing water. Jet's Crow and Kai scouted ahead for signs of approaching danger. The most useful scout, however, was none other than Mordred. With his ability to perceive the world through reflections and the vast expanse of water around them, he could see far and wide, warning them of any suspicious movement far in advance. They did not have to fight too often. Sometimes, danger came from below the water, and sometimes, it came from the sky. But most of the time, the great river remained calm and peaceful, leaving them with plenty of free time on their hands. Knowing that the cohort was drawing closer and closer to the inevitable attack on Verge with each passing day, Sunny threw himself into weaving. There was a lot for him to do. He had 5 supreme soul shards, which meant that 5 of the transcendent memories the cohort possessed could be potentially elevated to a higher rank. The first thing Sunny had to do was choose what memories to alter. He chose the first 2 rather quickly. They were the transcendent armors Effie and Kai had received in the second nightmare, the former after slaying the Sun Prince, the latter after slaying the Ivory Lord, Dragon Severax. Both were potent and possessed tremendously robust weaves, making the possibility of the alterations damaging or destroying them slim. Best of all, they were memories of the first tier, so a single soul shard was enough to change their rank completely. At first, he had not paid that detail any attention, simply being glad and relieved that the blind girl was alive. But the more time passed, the more it bothered Sunny, for some reason. Except for Mordred, who had been sent back to his physical body, all members of the cohort had been thrown out of the mirror realm in approximately the same location, past the open space where they had met Soul Stealer, near the inner districts of the city. From there, Nephice had made her way to the palace. Cassie, however, had somehow ended up near the gates of the city when the explosion happened. She then dove deep into the still water beyond the gates to save herself, as well as Effie and Jet, from the obliterating blast. But how had she found herself all the way near the wall of Twilight? It had to have been immensely difficult to fight her way through the flood of Soul Stealer's vessels and the remnant abominations of the defiled horde. The distance between where the cohort had found themselves and the outer limits of the city was much greater than the distance to the palace. Cassie couldn't have reached the water by accident. So how had she done it? There was only one reasonable answer. It was that Cassie's goal had always been to escape the city. Which meant that she had known what would happen all along. Updated from Chapter 1530 Blessing of Misfortune. Sunny was restless. Cassie had survived, which brought him indescribable joy. He would have been broken if she had perished in Twilight. Nephice would have never forgiven herself for causing the death of her best friend, either. Not to mention that Effie and Jet would have been killed, as well, making the heartbreaking tragedy simply unbearable. So, it was the epitome of wonderful that Cassie had survived. But how had she survived? He did not know. It was close to impossible for her to be driven all the way to the limits of the city by accident. Which meant that she had fought her way there on purpose. Which meant that she knew what would happen. Which was also impossible. Not even because Cassie would have shared such precious information with them, allowing the cohort to come up with a better plan, but simply because she was not capable of perceiving the past and the future in the tomb of Ariel. She had told them so herself. All Cassie saw in her visions, ever since entering the nightmare, was darkness. That was what saved her from sharing the fate of the Sybils, who had all been defiled by the visions of the estuary. Here in the tomb of Ariel, Cassie was blind to the future and the past. That was her saving grace. She could not have known what would happen in Twilight. Otherwise, she would have been defiled, and she wasn't defiled. Sunny knew that because he could see Cassie's soul, and because she was still a carrier of the nightmare spell. And yet she had to have known, somehow. It made no sense at all. Confused, he even remembered the eerie and nonsensical thought that had entered his mind after they escaped Aletheus Island. That Cassie could have been able to remember the previous cycles of the Great River, just like the Mad Prince had. Which would make her torment. But she couldn't be torment for the same reason. If she was, Sunny would have been able to see the darkness of corruption in her soul, and the spell would have banished her from itself. The strange incongruity gnawed at him more and more with each passing day. It was hard for Sunny to be dispassionate when it came to Cassie, but this time, he had to be. We only made it this far because of Cassie. But if I remove our friendship from the equation, she has indeed been behaving strangely. And there are certain things about her actions that can be seen as suspicious, if a stranger evaluates them. Which did not mean that they really were suspicious, just that they could be. Lowering all 6 of his hands, which had been weaving strings of shadow essence, Sunny frowned. In the end, it all comes down to a simple question. Do I want to be polite, or do I want to be safe? Seen in that light, his dilemma had a definitive solution. It was much better to be safe than sorry. After shaking his head, Sunny secretly sent one of his shadows to keep an eye on Cassie. He was almost entirely certain that he would not discover anything concerning. It was much better to be safe than sorry. After shaking his head, Sunny secretly sent one of his shadows to keep an eye on Cassie. He was almost entirely certain that he would not discover anything concerning. But at least the little part of him that had been restless and concerned was calmed by that precaution, allowing him to return to his tasks with an easy heart. He continued weaving. Chapter 1531 Colors of the Sky plus Turn off Reset. Chapter 1531 Colors of the Sky. Updated from. With his mind at ease, Sunny was able to get back to weaving. Due to the crown of Twilight, he did not have to worry about running out of essence, and created threads of it with increasing speed. The sight of him sitting all by himself, moving two sets of Shadow's hands in addition to his own pair, must have been extremely strange, especially because his companions could not see the tenebrous strings wrapped around his many fingers. But they were long used to the strange things Sunny did from time to time, so he was mostly left alone. The chain-breaker sailed duskward, slowly leaving the waters of endless dawn behind. At the same time, Sunny was observing Cassie. The blind girl did not do anything suspicious, assuaging his fears. Despite the poisonous accusations the sin of Solace kept spouting into his ears, she was perfectly normal. Cassie spent half of the day steering the flying ship, then went about mundane tasks or rested in her cabin. She maintained a calm and friendly demeanor while spending time with the other members of the cohort, albeit remaining slightly aloof. Cassie had become rather taciturn, at some point, but it was not as if she was reticent and went out of her way to not participate in any conversations. It was just that she seemed content to listen quietly, most of the time, only voicing her opinions when there was a reason. When Cassie was alone, she remained composed and collected. There was not much to do on the peaceful days, but she was seldomly idle. Without anyone noticing, the blind girl had taken it upon herself to maintain the ship in pristine condition. Others had joined her belatedly, sharing the chores and menial tasks while chattering and joking. The atmosphere on the washed decks of the chain-breaker was harmonious and tranquil. Eventually, they left the reaches of the great river where dawn never ended. The sky gradually brightened, turning vast and perfectly blue. The nights were longer here, with water glowing softly in the absolute darkness of the absent stars. As the great river changed, the people sailing across its endlessly flowing surface changed, as well. Kai finally did not seem disoriented anymore, having come to terms with the bizarre and incredible truth of the third nightmare. He quietly trained and prepared himself for the nearing battle, perhaps feeling remorseful about not sharing the hardships his friends had endured. Jet was practicing and experimenting with her mist blade, capturing new souls every time the chain breaker was attacked. She was slowly figuring out how to use her deadly weapon to achieve truly harrowing results, which sometimes chilled even her allies. Effie's belly was slowly growing. She spent most of her time helping the other members of the cohort with their tasks and preparing meals. The huntress remained cheerful and seemingly carefree, but Sunny could see somber emotions hiding behind that bright facade. She was distressed about the future of her child, and troubled because she was not able to support her comrades more. Mordred was Mordred. It was impossible to tell what the bastard was thinking or feeling, but he seemed perfectly content with the situation. The only thing that bothered him was that there were not enough living beings for him to kill, which prevented him from forming more soul cores, creating reflections, and then sending the reflections to slaughter and rampage on their own, thus nurturing their power. Cassie remained her usual, unassuming self. Even with Sunny watching her closely, there was nothing especially notable about the blind girl. If anything, she seemed to be slowly growing more confident and energetic the further from Twilight they traveled. And then there was Nephi's. It took a few weeks for her to recover from suffering the terrible torment of her flaw and return to her usual self. Her eyes had regained their former liveliness, and her demeanor had shed the dispassionate emotionlessness of having her humanity burn away in the merciless flames. Sunny felt relieved that Nephi's was back to being herself. But he was also tense and troubled. Because now that she was, he had no excuses to not talk to her anymore. Chapter 1532 Unchanging. After an especially fierce battle against a swarm of aerial abominations, the deck of the chain breaker was slick with blood. Fiend was sitting near a pile of grotesque corpses, munching on them with shining eyes. The disturbing crunching sound spread far and wide, making the members of the cohort throw disgusted looks at him. The ravenous ogre paid it no attention, continuing his morbid meal in utter delight. The flying ship had landed on the water, and was now swaying gently on the waves. Its sails were filled with wind, and steered by Neff's steady hand, it moved swiftly across the current. Sunny had just finished inspecting the hull of the chain breaker to check if it had received any damage. Apart from a couple shallow scratches, everything seemed fine. Relieved, he gave Cassie the sign that it was all right, and went about helping Kai wash the blood off the deck. The motions of cleaning the ship up after a battle were so familiar by now that he could have performed them with his eyes closed and his shadows gone. Eventually, everything that needed to be done was done. The pile of corpses had disappeared, consumed by fiend. The soul shards had been recovered and cleaned. The deck had been washed, the sails and masts had been checked. The members of the cohort returned to what they had been doing before the nightmare creatures attacked. Effie was already starting to prepare dinner, and a delicious smell wafted from the galley. The 7 suns were falling toward the horizon. Instead of returning to his usual spot and manifesting shadow hands to continue weaving threads of essence, Sunny hesitated for a while, then made his way toward the stern of the ship. There, Nephice was standing in the runic circle, holding the steering oars. He leaned against the railing nearby and summoned the endless spring, taking a sip of the invigorating water. They spent some time in silence. The silence between them had been comfortable once, but now, it was making Sunny feel burdened. Eventually, he asked, "How long do you think it will take us to reach Fallen Grace?" Nephice looked at the sky, then shrugged. 5 weeks? Maybe 6. Depends on the wind and the obstacles we'll meet along the way. He nodded. All in all, 2 months would have passed since the day they left Twilight by the time Fallen Grace appeared in sight. Which meant that he would have spent around 9 in the nightmare. The same went for Nephice, while Cassie would be closing in on having been in the tomb of Ariel for the better part of 2 years. It would be 5 months for Effie and Jet, and 2 for Kai. What a mess. Sunny wasn't even sure how old he was exactly, anymore, especially in relation to the other members of the cohort. He was still shy of turning 22 by several months, at least. After thinking about that for a bit, he asked, "How do you think the people in Fallen Grace are doing?" The citizens of Fallen Grace had been supposed to migrate downstream after the news of the defiled Sybil's demise reached them. That would have allowed them to regain their youth, and maybe even usher in a new generation, with time. Perhaps it was just like the Sin of Solace had said. The only way to resolve this issue was for Sunny to surrender. But he did not know how to, and did not wish to surrender, either. Eventually, Sunny sighed, as well. Looking away, he nodded. "Yeah. I am sorry that you did that, too." With that, he forced out a smile. His smile was unconvincing, and a little joyless. "But hey, what else were you supposed to do? At least you helped me save face. You might not have known it, but I was moments away from trying to bite you. That would have been really embarrassing. Not to mention bad for my teeth." Sunny shook his head and pushed himself off the railing. "Dinner is almost ready, so I'd better go. Cassie will take over from you soon. Come down before the food gets cold." He waved at her and left. The first of the 7 suns fell into the great river, drowning in its unfathomable depths. Far behind them, the sky was already turning dark. The chainbreaker continued sailing in the direction of the distant sunset. New N0 Vel chapters are published on Chapter 1533 Dusk Flower. Chainbreaker was sailing across the vast expanse of the great river. With each day, the time of their inevitable arrival at Verge drew closer. Torment was waiting there, as well as the remnants of the defiled horde. All dreadful and powerful adversaries, without a doubt. Sunny felt a strange melancholy settle in his burdened heart, something he did not want to carry, and could not afford to feel. His mind had to be focused on the preparations for the nearing battle. The battle that was going to decide whether they would return home as saints, or be buried forever in the dreadful darkness of the tomb of Ariel. So, he did what he did best. He put his feelings aside, and got to work. 5 memories waited for him to alter them, each possessing a unique and complicated weave. Each was different from the Crown of Dawn, and called for a different approach. The suits of armor Effie and Kai had received for slaying the 2 chain lords of the Ivory City were the easiest to deal with. Armor was meant to be durable, after all, and perhaps for that reason, the weave of these memories was robust and durable, as well. Or maybe it was simply because of where they came from. In any case, Sunny had a good feeling about altering the memories left behind by the two immortal saints. The deadly arrow and the helpful charm Nephi's had received in Twilight were much more complicated. They were entirely different from each other, as well, which made the task of studying the weave of their enchantments harder. But the most troublesome memory by far was the transcendent weapon of the 7th tier Nephi's had received for slaying Soul Stealer. Not only was the weave of the silver blade infinitely more complex, but Sunny was also trying to do something he had never done before, replace a single nexus of a greater memory and enhance only one of its enchantments, leaving the rest untouched. More than that, the weave of the altered enchantment had to be completely isolated, so that the pressure of its more potent essence did not break the balance of the entire tapestry. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. The elaborate puzzle of it all was driving him insane. Finding countless solutions to a myriad of problems demanded all of his attention. Which was good. Sunny enjoyed being faced with problems that could actually be solved. He also liked not being able to dwell on other things too much, focusing entirely on a single task. Days passed, turning into weeks. Even though he had almost forgotten, they weren't fighting against the defilement to merely survive, or even to conquer the nightmare and become saints. They were fighting for these people. Their defeat would mean the end of the river civilization, while their triumph would give the people of Fallen Grace a chance to rebuild and thrive once again. Even if these men and women were merely phantoms conjured by the spell, their joys and sorrows mattered. But, more than that, they were a symbol of similar cities back in the waking world. The elegant canals of Fallen Grace were no different from the bustling streets on NQSC. Making sure that they would not turn empty and desolate, that was the calling of the awakened. The change that had happened to this floating city served to illustrate what the triumphs or failures of Awakened truly meant. Standing on the deck of the chain breaker, Sunny took a deep breath. We will destroy Verge and conquer this nightmare. He had promised to do so. He had promised to do so thrice. Soon, he would have the chance to make good on his promise. Chapter 1534 Rejuvenated. The chain breaker landed on the water and cut across its surface, approaching a familiar pier. Just like in the past, there was a crowd of people watching the graceful ship approach. Sunny remembered the last time he had seen these people. It was when he, Nephi's, and Cassie were departing from Fallen Grace, on their route to find and rescue the other members of the cohort. Thousands of gaunt, solemn old men and women had gathered on the piers on that day to see Dusk, their protector and savior, leave. Perhaps to never return. What was it that Cassie had said back then, after breaking her golden chains in a striking and decisive manner? She had said that they would gather powerful outsiders, vanquish the defilement, and usher in a new era. An era of freedom and grace. That she knew it to be true. Sunny had been a bit surprised by her impassioned proclamation and jokingly asked if she had seen a vision of fate. To which Cassie had responded. Who cares about fate? If fate is against us, we'll break it. As if it was easy, to break fate. Looking back, that speech was really out of character for the quiet, reserved young woman. Sure, she had been putting on a show to give the people of Fallen Grace hope. But why did it seem that Cassie had been much more alive, much more herself in those few moments than ever since? Sunny sighed, feeling a tentative smile find its way to his face. The most up-to-date novels are published on n0velg.co/m. Well, she had not been wrong. They had indeed gathered powerful outsiders against all odds. 3 masters had left Fallen Grace, but 7 of them returned. Which might not have seemed like much, if one did not know what they had gone through to reach that conclusion. Much more important was the fact that, while their number had swelled, the number of their enemies had dwindled. Devouring Beast, Undying Slaughter, Soul Stealer, and the Dreadlord were gone. The Mad Prince was gone, too, and so only one of the 6 plagues remained. Then, the youths gathered at the pier looked at the other members of the cohort curiously. Kai caused a bit of a stir in the crowd, just as expected. Wearing his ivory armor, with his auburn hair tousled by the wind and an irresistible smile on his face, the charming archer waved shyly at the youths, causing many to sway. The warmth of his smile was in sharp contrast to the chilly aura emanated by Jet. Wearing a cold expression, she walked down the gangway and pierced the crowd with a grim look of her icy blue eyes. The volume of the cheers died down a little, but a different kind of gleam ignited in the eyes of many people. Especially the young man. Sunny shook his head, knowing precisely how they felt. Mordred's appearance also caused a strong reaction. Although not as charming as Kai and not as striking as Jet, he was nevertheless the most enigmatic and mysterious of the group. His easy smile, mirror-like eyes, and the slight feeling of wrongness hiding in their reflective depths made for a magnetic impression. If only these people knew that they were looking at a deranged monster who would not hesitate to slaughter them all to form a few soul cores, as long as he could get away with it. Strangely enough, though, the most memorable impression was not made by Kai, Jet, or Mordred. Nor was it made by Cassie, Sunny, or Nephice. Instead, it was Effie who elicited the strongest reaction from the people of Fallen Grace. After 2 months of sailing across the great river, her belly grew even larger than it had been before. The boisterous huntress had lost most of her former poise and grace. In fact, simply walking was tough for her. Supporting her belly with one hand and using a spear as a walking staff with another, Effie cautiously descended the gangway and looked at the crowd of youths with a bright smile. Her appearance caused all of them to grow silent. Sunny could not understand why, at first, but then realized that the people of Fallen Grace must not have seen a pregnant woman in a long, long time. Before, they were banished upstream, turning old and decrepit. In fact, they must not have seen anything like that for a while before that, as well. Among the river people, pregnant women could only be seen in the House of Youth. Looking at Effie must have been like looking at the promise of having a future, for them. The huntress leaned towards Sunny and whispered, her smile becoming a little strained. "Doofus, why are they all staring at me?" He cleared his throat, not knowing how exactly to answer that question. Eventually, Sunny said, "It's because they are happy." Effie chuckled. "Oh." She turned to the crowd and waved. "I guess I should be happy then, too." Chapter 1535 7 Heroes 1535 7 Heroes. The members of the cohort were standing on the pier, surrounded by a crowd of people. Because of how strange the lives of the Riverborn were, all these people seemed to be very young. Sunny was not that old himself, and yet, he couldn't help but feel that he was a seasoned elder looking at countless children. The glint of awe and admiration in their eyes did nothing to lessen the impression. He remained motionless for a few moments, feeling strangely burdened by their gazes. The members of the cohort had different reactions to the warm welcome they received from the citizens of Fallen Grace, ranging from nonchalance to embarrassment. It was at that moment that Cassie took a step forward and spoke, her voice rising above the crowd. "People of Fallen Grace, after being apart for so long, we finally meet again." She smiled, and the crowd of youths exploded with exhilarated cheers. The blind seer leaned on her white staff, waiting for them to calm down, then raised it slightly. "I am Dusk of Fallen Grace. And today, I return home bearing the sacred relic of our city, the guiding light bestowed upon us by the gods themselves." Sunny felt a bit odd observing her speak to her people. The sight of Cassie right now was so different from how she had been before. He knew it better than anyone else, because his shadow had been following the blind girl for the past 2 months. Cassie was usually quiet, reserved, and unassuming. Even when surrounded by people, her presence was subtle to the point of being unnoticeable, sometimes making it hard to remember that the blind girl was there. That was only because Sunny was accustomed to her company. Of course, most people would find it hard to ignore the presence of such an exquisitely beautiful ascended. Still, Cassie was not someone who enjoyed attention. On the contrary, she seemed to be in the habit of avoiding it. Which was why he felt strange watching her command the attention of a large crowd, and do it so seamlessly at that. Cassie played the role of a confident leader so effortlessly that it made him question what other parts of her personality were in act. "Calm down. That is the sin of Solace talking, not you." Unaware of his thoughts, the blind girl lowered the guiding light and continued, the crowd hanging on her every word. "I return in the company of mighty outsiders, as well. These brave warriors have come from all across the great river to help us battle against the vile curse of the defilement. Please, help me welcome them to Fallen Grace, the last stronghold of humanity under the seven suns." She turned slightly and gestured to the members of the cohort, calling out their names one after another. "I bring Nightingale, the Dragonslayer, who felled the harrowing Dreadlord. I bring Jet, the Soul Reaper, who put an end to undying slaughter. I bring Lady Nephice, the Changing Star, whose holy flames vanquished Soul Stealer. I bring Mordred, the valiant prince of a distant land, and Huntress Athena, whose spear always strikes true." She faced Sunny. Did he imagine it, or had her expression changed subtly, for a fleeting moment? "And Lord Sunless, the heir of the Serpent King, who broke the chains of time and brought down the dreadful citadel of the First Seeker." What the hell? Sunny was a bit surprised by that introduction. Yes, he wore the crown of King Dayron, and yes, he had technically played a vital part in destroying Eletheus Island, which used to be the stronghold of the woman who had become known as the First Seeker. But wasn't that a little bit too much? Cassie, meanwhile, turned back to the crowd. The Dreadlord is no more. Undying Slaughter is no more. Soul Stealer is no more. Devouring Beast is no more, and so is the Mad Prince. The heroes standing in front of you have already dealt a decisive blow to the harrowing forces of the defilement, spilling the profane blood of its most dreadful champions. She paused for a moment, and then continued, her voice swelling with confidence and passion. "And just like we broke and vanquished the plagues, we will break the walls of Verge, and vanquish the First Seeker. We will destroy the source of the defilement and bring peace to the great river, allowing human cities to flourish once more. I, Dusk of Fallen Grace, promise this to you." If the crowd of youths was excited and elated before, Cassie's impassioned speech truly made their hearts ignite. A wave of voices slammed into the cohort like a tide, echoing above the waves. Even Sunny couldn't help but feel the impact of the blind girl's words. He had already known everything she shared with the people of Fallen Grace, and yet, presented in such a light, the situation truly did seem worthy of being celebrated. Had he allowed his pessimism to get the better of him? No, he had not. Cassie might have wanted to reassure these poor people, who had been at the mercy of the great river for so long, but he knew better. Sure, 5 of the 6 plagues were no more, and sure, the cohort had a perfect weapon against the horrid power of the First Seeker, Nephice. But the nightmare was far from over, still. Torment remained, and so did the remnant forces of the defilement under her command. Verge still existed, somewhere far away. It was where the defilement had started, and would therefore be the most harrowing of all the places they had visited on the Great River, without a doubt. But still. Perhaps, he could allow himself to relax and believe in a better future, at least for a day. Looking at the sea of delighted youths, Sunny took a deep breath and smiled. There won't be opportunities to smile and celebrate later. So, I better take this chance to enjoy some peace. Leaning down a little, he whispered in Cassie's ear. "Since when are you so good at addressing crowds?" She remained silent for a moment. "Since I found myself in charge of a crowded city, I guess." CTH novel, ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Smiling, Cassie shook her head and took a step forward. The mass of people parted before her like a sea. Chapter 1536 Future Youths. There was a squad of soldiers on the pier, as well, all wearing white armor tied at the waist with red sashes. Unlike the last time Sunny had seen them, the warriors filled their armor well, brimming with vigor and vitality. Their captain was a tall, beautiful woman with fiery red hair. Sunny only recognized her because of an open helmet with a scarlet plume she was holding on the bend of her right arm. She was the captain that had escorted him and Nephice to the temple the last time around. She had seemed ancient then. Now, she looked not much older than they were. Everyone here did, really, or even younger. The startling change was still making him feel a little dizzy. Sunny had known, of course, that killing the defiled Sybil would allow Fallen Grace to migrate downstream and return these people their youth. Knowing and seeing were two different things, however. Seeing them like this was a bit bittersweet. Sweet because it was nice to witness his actions doing some good, bitter because it reminded him of Ananke. As Sunny was pondering the strange reality of living on the great river, the soldiers created a passage through the crowd and surrounded the members of the cohort, helping them leave the pier. They were escorted along the familiar streets once again, moving toward the Temple of Dusk. There had been a lot of people on the pier, but there were even more here, crowding the sidewalks and the roofs of the buildings, all staring at the returned outsiders with excitement and awe. The crowd followed the small procession, constantly growing. Some people were calling out to Cassie, some simply cheered from a distance. After the relative tranquility of months spent at sea, Sunny was having trouble adjusting to the boisterous atmosphere of falling grace. Lord Sunless. Lord Sunless. He turned his head, hearing his own name. The voice was unfamiliar, and the face of the scrawny teenager calling out to him was unfamiliar, too. But Sunny recognized those curious, intelligent eyes almost immediately. He frowned slightly, but was actually amused. Kronos? Is that you, brat? The teenager, who had been kept away by the captain of the soldiers, grinned, updated from. Yes. It's me. Lord Sunless, welcome back. Sunny smiled, then nodded at the captain, signaling that it was all right to let the young man approach. A few moments later, Kronos joined the procession and looked at the other members of the cohort with wide eyes. Lord Sunless, are these outsiders, as well? Sunny nodded. Sure. That one, I found in a well once. That one is a freeloader who likes to invite herself into other people's houses. That one is in the habit of giving young men like us weighty slaps, so be on guard around her. Oh, and that one is a monster wearing human skin, don't trust anything he says, and never look him in the eyes. They are all incredible warriors, though. There is no one more qualified to fight the defiled here in the tomb of Ariel, that's for sure. Hearing those descriptions, the members of the cohort gave him sour looks. Effie shook her head. How come Cassie's introductions are so much better? You are too young to go to the House of Youth, brat. In fact, you should still be in the House of Youth. Not as a parent, but as a child. Spend a few decades growing up before thinking about acting like an adult and starting a family. She seemed to be from a generation that had experienced things properly, unlike Kronos, who had turned into an old man before reaching adulthood, and was only now learning how to be young. Effie observed them with a perplexed expression, then glanced at Sunny and winked. You hear that, doofus? This guy is 18 and has already proposed to his girlfriend. What were you doing at 18? Sunny gave her a dubious look. You should remember it well, no? I had just helped Nephi's win a bloody civil war, and then led all the surviving dreamers of the Dark City to safety while the sky was more or less literally falling on our heads. Kronos stared at him incredulously for a moment, then suddenly asked, his voice full of curiosity. How terrible. Does the sky fall often, outside? Effie laughed. More often than you would think, when this guy is around. Chapter 1537 Last Testament. Eventually, the cohort reached the familiar island ship that carried a beautiful palace of white stone, the Temple of Dusk. Sunny had spent enough time under its roof to feel a hint of nostalgia at the sight of it. That was where he and Nephis had felt both hopeful and wary before their first meeting with the fabled Sybil of fallen grace, only to meet Cassie instead. The blind girl's two ascended guards were waiting for them at the entrance to the temple. Unlike the other citizens, they had not changed as drastically. Both looked much younger, true, but were still mature and taciturn. Their composed faces did not betray any emotion when they bowed deeply to Cassie, but he could sense the deep care and reverence in their gazes. Despite that, the two seasoned warriors still wielded the macabre symbols of their duty to not only protect their lady from any danger, but also protect the city from the lady, if need be. The woman wielded an unsheathed greatsword, while the man held a crimson silk cord. Cassie greeted them both warmly, not paying any attention to the tools they were prepared to use to end her life. With that, the cohort was ushered to a hall where a feast had already been prepared. The leaders of the different forces within the city were gathered there, waiting to meet their returned ruler, and the champions she had brought back from her journey. The next few hours were a bit tedious for Sunny. He enjoyed the food and the beverages while listening silently to the conversation. They had been gone from Fallen Grace for just shy of 8 months. Around 1 month had been spent to reach Aletheus Island, 3 or 4 to escape it, 1 more to reach Twilight, and the last 2 months to come back. During that time, the city had migrated downstream after receiving the news that the defiled Sybil and her drowned minions were eliminated. There had been no major attacks on Fallen Grace since, although the awakened warriors left to protect it, and a few masters, as well, including the 2 deaf guards, had fought against many wandering nightmare creatures new N0 Veil chapters are published on. Luckily, those had been feral abominations, not war parties of the defiled. The defenders of the city had been able to either slay or chase the monsters away without letting them damage the island ships. Fallen Grace was indeed doing much better than it had when Sunny and Nephi's first reached it. That was already apparent after their walk to the temple, simply from all the activity and repair work they had noticed on the streets. The city felt invigorated. The reports of the leaders of the city only confirmed what they already knew. Cassie seemed gratified to hear that Fallen Grace, which she had cared for in solitude for an entire year, was doing well. A rare bright smile found its way onto her face, reminding Sunny of how earnest and soft-hearted the blind girl had been once, a long time ago. In turn, she shared the story of their journey, a somewhat simplified and embellished version of it, at least, with the leaders of Fallen Grace. Then came the part of the conversation that these people had been waiting for with bated breaths. Without wasting any time, Cassie announced that she would be departing again shortly. This time, to lead the group of outsiders she had gathered to attack Verge and rid the great river of the curse of the defilement once and for all. The people gathered in the hall seemed stunned to hear that. Not only were they struggling to conceive of the fact that such a thing was even possible, they were also startled and heartbroken to learn that their lady would be leaving mere days after returning home from a long and harrowing journey. But there was no way around it. The cohort was determined to only spend as much time in Fallen Grace as was needed to perform light repairs on the chain breaker, a week, at most. There was no point in staying longer. It would only give Torment, who was a potent seer herself, more time to prepare for their arrival. More than that, they were on a timer. Effie's pregnancy was nearing the end stage. She was already close to 8 months along. If they lingered in Fallen Grace, her child could be born on the way to Verge. Nobody knew if the child conceived in the waking world would become riverborn or not, so they did not want to risk it. I see that you are concerned. That is what I expect from you all. Don't disappoint me. Hearing her words, the riverborn gathered in the temple looked down with solemn expressions. Sunny sighed. The spell was a cruel thing, indeed. It threw them into nightmares and tasked them with changing fate. But what they strived to change was just an illusion. It would have been great if they were in the real tomb of Ariel, changing the lives of real people. But, sadly, time and fate did not work that way. What had happened was set in stone, and could not be changed. Not by mortals like them, and not in a nightmare. Or, at least, not in a third nightmare. Chapter 1538 Lord's Wisdom 1538 Lord's Wisdom. While the chain breaker was receiving light repairs, the members of the cohort were left to their own devices. Those who had never been to Fallen Grace spent time exploring its island ships and getting to know the locals. Cassie was busy arranging things for when she was gone. Sunny did not really want to look at the beautiful city of eternal dusk. It made him wistful. And so, he threw himself back into weaving, knowing that there was not much time left. He did, however, continue to observe the blind girl through one of his shadows, out of habit more than anything else, by now, since she had never done anything to confirm the accusations made by the Sin of Solace in the past 2 months. He also sent one of his shadows to keep an eye on Mordred. Sunny was certain that Cassie was doing the same, as well. The Prince of Nothing could not be trusted to be on his best behavior in a city full of people. Especially people who were inhabitants of a nightmare, and therefore no different from his countless victims in the Kingdom of Hope. But Mordred did not seem inclined to go on a massacre in Fallen Grace. In fact, he was mostly interested in its myths and legends, of all things, spending his days talking to people on the streets and listening to their stories. The people seemed to enjoy his company. On the third day of their stay in the last human city, Sunny successfully altered the transcendent arrow memory Nephi's had earned in Twilight, elevating its rank to supreme. The onerous process of transplanting a new nexus and reinforcing the weave to withstand it left him drained and fatigued. So, Sunny decided to let himself rest and left the temple, eventually finding his way to the edge of the island ship. Sitting down there, he observed the busy canals of Fallen Grace and allowed his tired mind to rest. It was not long after that when Kronos found him, brimming with endless curiosity, just like always. Today, however, the teenagers at least tried to keep it in check. Noticing his strange behavior, Sunny raised his eyebrow and asked, "What's on your mind?" The young man hesitated for a while, but eventually asked, "Lord Sunless, I heard that you won't be returning from Verge. Is it true?" Sunny looked at him, frowning a little. Then, he looked away and sighed. "Sure. We aren't planning to die, mind you. It's just that we are outsiders. Once the defilement is destroyed, it's back to the outside for us." Kronos seemed saddened by that response. He stared at the water dejectedly. "What is it like, really? The world outside Ariel's tomb? What are you going to do after leaving here?" Sunny blinked a couple of times. Indeed, what would he do after leaving the nightmare? He had no idea. It was hard to tell, considering that the state of Antarctica, and the waking world in general, was entirely unknown. The war between valor and song would probably grow more intense. The nightmare gates would continue to pop into existence, slowly consuming the waking world and making it a part of the dream realm. No matter how much Sunny wanted to simply live a good life, he knew that these events would not let him remain a bystander. After a few moments of silence, he shrugged. "Well, it's more or less the same. There is no defilement, but there is still corruption. Nightmare creatures are running around devouring people, so awakened like me need to keep them in check. So I'll probably be battling some hideous abomination every other day, cursing loudly. That's life for you. The secret to a happy life, though, is to do all these things in good company. Oh, and in a place with good plumbing." He glanced at the teenager and smiled. "Why? What are you going to do after we get rid of the defilement? Are you really going to the House of Youth?" Kronos laughed awkwardly. "Well, I will, eventually. But probably not just yet." He looked into the distance, at the bustling streets of Fallen Grace, and sighed. "In truth, I've been sensing my soul essence recently, a bit. So I'll probably work on forming a soul core and becoming an awakened. Even if you and the other lords and ladies defeat the first seeker and vanquish the defilement, there will still be corrupted creatures left, threatening our city. Someone has to defend it after you leave." Kronos smiled. "Plus, I've always been interested in how the city works. All these people, all these moving parts, it's a bit of a miracle that a place like Fallen Grace can exist, don't you think? Lady Dusk has always been taking care of us. What are we going to do without her?" His eyes turned cloudy for a moment, but then shone brightly once again. Wiping them, he smiled again. "I want to make sure that Fallen Grace continues to exist, and thrive, just like she told us to. For myself, my wife, and our future children. But I'm just some brat. So, I figured I should become really strong first. Like you, Lord Sunless. So that people had no choice but to listen to what I had to say." Sunny looked at him incredulously. Kronos was, indeed, just some brat. But all great people whose deeds shaped history had been brats, once. Would this kid become a great leader, one day? Would his actions shape the future of Fallen Grace, and create a world where his children could grow up safe and happy? Would the stories of his deeds become legends, one day? Or would he disappear without a trace once the nightmare was complete? Sunny forced himself to smile. "Strong like me? Brat, do you think people actually listen to what I have to say? Stronger. Become much stronger than me. Then, they'll listen. With that, he patted the teenager on the shoulder and rose to his feet. The charm memory waited to be altered. The day of their departure from fallen grace was drawing near. Stronger than you, my lord? But, no, that's just unreasonable. Sunny looked at the startled youth with a smile, then shook his head and headed away. Then be unreasonable. Sir, the Novel Fire, the net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Imparting Kronos with that piece of questionable wisdom, he returned to the temple and spent a few sleepless hours going over his plans for altering the transcendent charm. He felt that he had already accounted for everything that could go wrong, so he would probably be ready to start the process once his essence was replenished by the crown of Twilight. Just when the night fell, however, something distracted him from the preparations. After wasting its time for months, the shadow that had been following Cassie finally noticed something strange about her movements. Chapter 1539 Sybil's Secret. Sunny was in his quarters, going over the plan for altering the transcendent charm. Outside, fallen grace was bathed in the beautiful glow of the iridescent water. The short night had descended on the world, shrouding the sky in absolute darkness. In that dark hour, Cassie was walking along the corridors of the temple, which wasn't that strange, in and of itself, if not for the fact that she was alone. Usually, the two deaf guards would be following behind her, but they were nowhere to be seen. The only thing accompanying the blind girl was the shadow Sunny had sent to keep an eye on her. Back in his quarters, he straightened and frowned, distracted from envisioning the complicated tapestry of the charm's spell weave. What is she up to? Cassie had not given him any reason to feel worried in these past 2 months. Honestly, monitoring her movements was an afterthought by now. Sunny had certainly hoped that it would remain that way. Feeling a bit somber, he glanced at the motionless figure standing a few meters away. The Sin of Solace was staring at him silently, not bothering to say anything. However, his gaze expressed more than enough. Sunny winced, then looked away. Don't you glare at me. I'm sure it's nothing. He said that, but did not command the shadow to back away. Instead, he dedicated more of his attention to observing Cassie. The blind girl certainly did not seem pensive or secretive. She calmly walked along the winding stone corridors, tracing her fingers on the wall. Her other hand was holding the leather-bound journal. Maybe her guards are asleep. CTHNovelFire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Sunny returned to considering the weave while keeping an eye on Cassie. She walked for quite some time, eventually entering the part of the temple that he was not familiar with. These chambers were used for preparing for public rituals, so Sunny had no business being there. Cassie, on the other hand, seemed very familiar with that area of the temple. She made a few more turns and stopped in front of an unassuming wooden door. A mundane-looking key appeared in her hand. Unlocking the door, Cassie entered a narrow staircase that led down, spiraling. Sunny's frown deepened. What the hell? She was already on the first floor of the temple. Why was there a way further down, into the frame of the island ship? But then again, maybe it was normal. The human cities on the Great River were kept in place by various means, ranging from sails and wind catchers to sorcerous mechanisms. Perhaps Cassie was on her way to inspect the moving parts of one such mechanism. She descended the stairs for some time before entering a dark and damp network of service tunnels running under the temple. Sunny had not known that there were such corridors there, but it made sense. The mechanisms responsible for allowing the island ship to resist the current had to be inspected and repaired from time to time. Fallen Grace, especially, was reliant on such mechanisms. It was situated not too far from the edge, after all, and so the pull of the current was more powerful here. Cassie walked along the dark corridors for a little bit and unlocked another door, entering a small chamber. Sunny was suddenly unable to concentrate on weaving anymore. His face darkened. The chamber was just what he had expected it to be. It housed a complicated mess of gears and chains that spun and moved, transferring the energy from the wind and the enchantment circuits into the underwater wheels that kept the island ship stationary. It was a bit like entering the insides of a tower clock, if that tower clock had been built with the help of sorcery. In a sense, Sunny was looking at the river civilization's version of spell tech. However, that was not what attracted his attention. The chamber and the intricate gears were what he had been expecting to see. What he had not expected, however, was that the floor of the chamber was broken, creating a rough, circular well. The menacing hole certainly did not look like something that had been planned by the builders of the temple. Instead, it looked like something that had been created much later, and much more violently. He could hear the sounds of flowing water coming from its dark depths. Why is there a well at the bottom of the Temple of Dusk? His shadow hid in the darkness of the underground chamber, observing Cassie carefully. The blind girl did not seem surprised by the presence of the strange well. Neither did she pay it any attention. Locking the door behind her, she circled around the open chasm and approached the opposite wall of the chamber. There, hidden behind a throng of spinning gears, a simple desk stood near the wall, with several chests and cabinets surrounding it. The underground chamber was absolutely dark, and there were no lanterns anywhere in sight. Of course, Cassie had no need for them. Coming closer to the desk, she lingered for a few moments, facing it with a distant expression. Then, she moved past it and kneeled near one of the chests, placing a hand on its heavy lid. Several strings of runes ignited on the wooden surface, and the chest opened noiselessly, revealing what was stored inside it. Sunny tilted his head, his expression turning somber. Inside the chest were leather-bound journals, just like the one Cassie was carrying. Dozens of them, or maybe even hundreds. There were several chests like that one in the underground chamber, as well, all locked with sorceress locks. The blind girl remained motionless for a while, then sighed deeply and placed the last journal on the pile. Then, she closed the lid of the chest, kept her hand on it for a few moments, and rose. Turning away, she approached the edge of the dark well and lowered her head, listening to the sounds of the flowing water with a distant expression. Cassie stood there for several minutes, unmoving. Separated from her by hundreds of meters and numerous stone walls, Sunny grew tense, ready to step through the shadows and appear in the underground chamber should something reach for the blind girl from the cold darkness. What the hell is that place? Did Dusk leave those things behind? It would make sense for the Sybil who had lived in the temple for centuries to leave many traces here, including her personal records. However, what was with the ominous well leading to the dark waters? Sunny gritted his teeth. But in the end, nothing happened. Cassie clenched her fists, turned away from the underground well, and left the chamber the way she came. Ascending the narrow steps, she re-entered the temple proper and traced her way back to her quarters, entering them through a private passage. It was only then that Sunny allowed his tense body to relax. His mind, however, was anything but calm. Why would Dusk have a secret like that? He hesitated for a while, then felt a cold chill run down his spine. Or does it have nothing to do with Dusk, at all? Chapter 1540 Clouded Judgment. The feeling of restlessness Sunny had felt after leaving Twilight returned. Something strange was going on with Cassie, had been going on for a long time, maybe. He was almost sure of it. But it was the almost of it all that made the situation so difficult. He did not know what to do, confront her? Share his concern with others? What would he say? That Cassie should not have survived Twilight? None of them should have survived there, really. That she kept journals? There was nothing wrong with that, and claiming otherwise would only make him seem strange. That she was too quiet and unassuming, which made him feel as if she was hiding something vital from them. That sounded like paranoia talking. In fact, it was the sin of Solace whispering into his ear. The sin of Solace, whose only purpose was to drive him mad. Was he a fool to listen to these whispers? Sunny was not even sure himself what he was suspecting Cassie of, just that he did not feel comfortable with her secrets. But was it really because there was something off about the blind girl, or was it simply because he had never trusted her? Was he still secretly holding on to the grudge after what she had done on the Forgotten Shore, which painted his perception of her. Sunny would be lying if he said that he had let go of that grudge completely. None of the others seemed to suspect Cassie of anything, so why was he the only one looking for faults in her actions? Ah, damnation. Follow current novels on NOV/3LB, in co/m. What was he supposed to do? Sunny glared at the sin of solace, then took a deep breath. He slowly calmed down. That doesn't even make any sense. At least try to be convincing when you are spouting nonsense, will you? Sunny was prejudiced against Cassie, that much was apparent. Deep in his heart, he still harbored resentment toward her. He valued and cared for her, as well, but that was beside the point. Humans were complicated and contradictory creatures, indeed, just like Nephi's had said, they could love and hate someone at the same time. Because Sunny's judgment was clouded, it was easy to find fault with Cassie. But if he flipped his perception and looked at the situation from a different angle, trying to find the opposite, any suspicion that the blind girl could have been doing something to harm the cohort would crumble. It was a preposterous idea. Almost every action Cassie had taken was for their benefit. They would have never made it that far without her. From start to finish, she had been nothing but a selfless ally, putting herself in harm's way on numerous occasions. Finding the scattered members of the cohort, escaping Eletheus Island, surviving the depths of the Great River, none of that would have been possible without her. So, no matter what secret Cassie was keeping, it was not something that would harm the cohort. Sunny had no reason to worry about that. After realizing that, he felt his heart calming down. But then, it suddenly felt heavy once again. Because while Sunny did not have a reason to worry about the cohort, there might have been a reason to worry about Cassie. She's not preparing herself for something drastic, is she? A deep scowl appeared on his face once again. He remained silent for a while, then shook his head. No, she wouldn't. Cassie might seem soft, but she is one of the strongest people I know. She's much stronger than anyone gives her credit for. Still, a tiny seed of doubt remained. Sunny cursed quietly, threw a hateful glance at the sin of solace, and turned his attention back to the transcendent charm. The day of their departure was swiftly approaching, so he had to perform the alteration as soon as possible. Chapter 1541 Into the Sunset. On the last night before their departure from Fallen Grace, Sunny let out a deep sigh and listened to the spell whisper into his ear, "Your memory has been destroyed. You have received a memory." With that, the transcendent charm he had been working on had become a supreme one. Its enchantment, which enhanced the material properties of objects, was further strengthened. Not only was the nexus of its weave more potent now, but the weave itself had also been made more robust to withstand the increased pressure. Strings of ethereal light were intertwined with the black threads of shadow essence, forming a mesmerizing tapestry. Sunny took a deep breath. 4 down, 1 to go. He had saved the hardest memory for last, the transcendent memory of the 7th tier meant for Nephi's. That one, he was going to have to alter on their way to Verge. Things were happening so fast now. Looking back at what he had experienced in the nightmare, it was hard to believe how close the end of it all was. It seemed like Sunny had been sharing the catch with Nephi's and Ananke just yesterday, but now, he was approaching the finish line. Dismissing the charm, he rose and stretched his limbs, then left his quarters. It was night, but no one in Fallen Grace seemed to be asleep. While Sunny was passing by the windows, he saw numerous people crowding the streets on the neighboring island ships. They were all looking at the White Temple, knowing that their lady, and the outsider warriors she had gathered, were going to leave come dawn, or rather, dusk. Leave to challenge the very source of the defilement. It was not an exaggeration to say that their fates depended on the result of their journey. However, looking at these people, Sunny did not feel that they were concerned for themselves. It seemed like they were concerned about Dusk and her outsider companions, instead. Funny. Sunny could not remember the last time he had watched someone go into battle on his behalf. It must have happened occasionally, but he was usually the one doing the fighting. In Antarctica, he had carried thousands of refugees on his back across the frozen hellscape, which had seemed like a burden, at the time. But, in a sense, he would have been burdened watching someone fight and die for him more. So, he could easily understand the complicated storm of emotions brewing in the hearts of the people being left behind in fallen grace. He often complained about how harsh and unforgiving the life of an awakened was, but it was also a privilege. Consumed by such detached thoughts, he entered the hall where Cassie was giving the last orders to the people who would be ruling the city in her absence. Some of them he knew, like the captain of the soldiers or the carpenter who had been in charge of repairing the chain breaker, while others were strangers. All of them bowed respectfully when he entered. Lord Sunless. He nodded at them and approached Cassie, then placed a hand on her shoulder. A spark of energy traveled between them as the supreme charm was transferred from his soul to hers. Here, all done. The enchantment is substantially more powerful now. It also consumes much more essence, so be careful. She summoned the charm, which was shaped like a jade flower, and waited on her hand. Soon, the petals of the ornament ignited with a soft glow, hinting that its enchantment was activated. At the same time, the hilt of the quiet dancer glistened. A faint smile appeared on Cassie's lips. Thank you. They reached the pier and boarded the chain breaker. Turning back, Sunny looked at the crowd one last time. Most of these youths looked unfamiliar, even if he knew them from before, their appearance had changed now. He did, however, notice Kronos standing in one of the first rows, accompanied by a pretty young woman. Noticing him looking, the teenager smiled and waved. This guy. Sunny smiled and waved, as well. He even winked, making the brat look startled. This is what we're fighting for, I guess. In a way. There was a little empty space in front of the gangway leading to the ship. Cassie's two deaf guards were standing there, looking up at her with lost gazes. She turned around and faced the crowd. This time, however, there was no speech. The blind girl remained silent for a few moments, then addressed her guards instead. Thank you. You two are free, now. They were looking at her, unable to hear those words. She smiled softly. Thank you for everything. Take care of yourselves. And of each other. The two ascended seemed to sway slightly, then knelt silently. The woman let go of the hilt of her sword. The man dropped his silk cord into the water. Tears were streaming down their weathered faces. Cassie sighed lightly, bowed deeply to the crowd, and turned away. Let's go. It's time for us to leave. Soon, the chain breaker departed from the pier and rose into the sky. They were flying into the blazing sunset, disappearing into its blood-red glow. Forever. Chapter 1542 Last Journey. And there it was. The source of this content no/v, l, by, n. They had left on the last journey of this tumultuous, dreadful nightmare. For Sunny and Nephice, it was especially poignant, because they had come from the far reaches of the future, and were now on their way to the furthest reaches of the past, where Verge stood. It must have been especially emotional for Cassie, as well, because she was leaving the city she had spent a whole year ruling and trying to preserve. Now, its fate depended on whether they would be successful in their battle against the First Seeker. In any case, she would never see Fallen Grace again. None of them knew if it would even exist, in any kind of way, should they prevail. However, it was inevitable for Fallen Grace to be destroyed should they fail. The blind girl did not look back. Instead, she stood at the bow of the flying ship, facing the setting suns. The others gave her some space, knowing that there had to be a storm of complicated emotions weighing on her heart. Only Sunny could see her face, visible to the shadow that was hiding close by. Cassie's face was not wistful or sad. Instead, it was full of resolve and determination, impatience, even. It was as though she had been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. Which was true, of course. Apart from Mordred, she had spent by far the longest in this nightmare. Sunny knew that he was sick and tired of the tomb of Ariel. The blind girl had to be feeling the same, but much more intensely. We've been here for so long. Sunny had come to Ariel's tomb far away from here. He had spent time with Nephice, come to care for and then lost an Enki, traveled to Fallen Grace and got to know the culture of the river people there, fought against all kinds of underwater horrors on the way to Aletheus Island, withstood the insidious hell of the time loop, dove into the depths of the great river and emerged from the other side, battled against the defiled saints in Twilight. This time, however, their journey was going to be different from the previous time they had visited the boundless darkness. That was because, unlike the first time, the chain breaker would be crossing the space within the loop of the great river, as opposed to the empty space between it and the walls of the pyramid. None of them knew what exactly would be waiting for them there, but at least there was no threat of the terrifying swarm of the dark butterflies becoming aware of their presence, since they would not be coming anywhere near the walls of the pyramid, where the great monster slumbered. They also did not know how long the journey across the empty space in the middle of the looping river would take. The last time, they had arrived back to the surface of the great river rather quickly, but that was because space itself behaved strangely inside the pyramid. Still, it was going to be much faster than simply sailing all the way to the dawn of time. They were going to reach the waters surrounding Verge in a week, 2 at most. If nothing unforeseen happened. Sunny studied the darkness for some time, feeling both wary of the challenge ahead and ready to face it. Then, he gritted his teeth and went back to working on the silver blade. The mind-numbing complexity of weaving calmed him down, eradicating all unnecessary thoughts. Soon, this nightmare will be over soon. Sunny refused to think that they would fail. However, now that they were nearing the end of this dreadful tale, the thoughts that he had banished a long time ago were returning. The thoughts about the fate of Antarctica, of the refugees he had so desperately tried to protect. What was happening to the waking world right now? How was Rain doing? Was she healthy and safe, or infected by the nightmare spell and in the throes of going through her own trials? Knowing that he could not allow himself to get distracted at this critical point, he suppressed these thoughts again. He was going to find out sooner than later, anyway. If he survived. So, what Sunny had to do right now was make sure that he survived, and that his friends survived, as well. He had to fulfill the promise he had given, and conquer this nightmare. At all costs. Chapter 1543 Pride of a Craftsman plus, Turn off Reset. Chapter 1543 Pride of a Craftsman. Just as it was in the black void beyond the great river, the space itself acted strangely in the empty space contained at the center of endless loop of flowing water. The chain breaker had been traversing the vast emptiness for a while now, at least a day or two, from how it felt, but Sunny was not at all sure how far they had traveled. All he knew was that the point of the great river from which they had left seemed far away now, while the point which they hoped to reach was not as distant. It shimmered in the darkness, both alluring and terrifying. Navigating the flying ship toward Verge was not very hard, because it was situated near the source. So, all they had to do was aim for the last stretch of clear water before the area of the great river shrouded in hazy mist. A long time ago, close to the start of the nightmare, Sunny had an epiphany that the strength of his allies was his own power, as well. Therefore, he had become determined to increase the strength of the cohort as much as he could, in any way he could. He had been faithful to that determination up until now. Apart from the very action of gathering every member of the cohort from across the tomb of Ariel, that had mostly taken the form of arming them with powerful memories. Sunny had spent much of his time developing and improving his skill as a sorcerer for that purpose. Now, his ability to weave had improved tremendously compared to the start of the nightmare. Studying Ananke's mantle had allowed him to make a qualitative leap in understanding of the fundamental principles of weaving, and by studying many memories in order to alter them, Sunny had improved his overall ability, as well. As a result, Nef's Crown of Dawn had become a supreme memory. That was still his most valuable achievement, because that single memory was able to empower all the rest of the memories at their disposal. Of course, Sunny had not stopped there. He had also provided his allies with 4 additional altered memories. Kai, Effie, and Cassie now wielded them, preparing to use his gifts in the battle against Torment, the First Seeker, and the remnant forces of the Defilement. His help was not limited to memories either. Whether on purpose or not, Sunny had also helped his friends grow stronger as individual warriors. Jet had received her aspect legacy and was now wielding the chilling mist blade. Kai had acquired the Dragonslayer attribute, which enhanced his body and elemental resistance. Nephi seemed to have regained her lost confidence. Her understanding of her divine aspect had deepened, and with it came the knowledge of fire, one of the boons of her mysterious aspect legacy. She was also a titan now. Sunny had grown vastly stronger than he used to be, as well. Not even mentioning his sorcery, here in the Tomb of Ariel, he had mastered the fourth step of shadow dance and perfected the shadow shell technique. He had become a terror. Two of his shadows had evolved, growing much more powerful. A version of him from before Antarctica would have been like a child in front of him at the end of the harrowing Southern campaign. But that version of him, in turn, would stand no chance against his current self. And somewhere between the two, there was a version of himself that Sunny never wanted to meet, let alone fight. The Mad Prince, which had come and gone, changing everything. And if he managed to accomplish his ambitious alteration, every achievement she made with the silver sword would, in small part, also be his. Sunny, who had always been a fighter, was feeling a strange exhilaration as he worked on the complicated memory. It was the unfamiliar, but rewarding pride of a craftsman who was confident in the usefulness of his work. And then, finally, everything was ready. Summoning 2 pairs of shadow hands, Sunny took a deep breath, picked up Weaver's needle, and got to work. Time seemed to slow down as his 6 hands moved through the vast tapestry of glowing strings, snapping some and weaving new ones into the intricate pattern. Drops of sweat fell from his brow, but he did not pay it any attention. His expression remained calm and composed, utter focus permeating his gaze. Golden sparks ignited in the depths of his altered eyes, and his fingertips felt the slightest vibration spreading through the essence strings. From time to time, his skin was cut, but no blood seeped out of the cuts. He did not allow the pain to distract him, either. Wondrous. Sunny felt exhilarated as he weaved sorcery. And then, he felt overjoyed. Lowering his hands, Sunny let out a long sigh and listened to the spell announcing the destruction of a memory, and the creation of a new one. He had succeeded. And now that he did, there were no more preparations to be made. All that remained was to reach Verge and use everything little bit of strength he had accumulated to destroy the first Seeker, and escape this dreadful nightmare. Chapter 1544 Innermost Void. After returning the silver blade to Nephi's, and failing to say anything meaningful to her, Sunny did not have much to do. He spent some time with Kai, Effie, and Jet, enjoyed a good night of sleep, and then assumed his usual spot under the branches of the sacred tree to meditate. Everything that could have been done was already done. They had prepared as best they could, at least he thought they did. Now, all that remained was to clear his mind and prepare himself mentally for the coming battle. Sunny and his companions spent the rest of the time the chain breaker was traversing the empty void, clearing their minds and stealing their hearts. The battle they faced promised to be a dire one. But, honestly, Sunny did not find it hard to calm his mind and get ready to face whatever it was that would come. There were only so many times he could feel nervous to the point of losing sleep before a decisive battle. He had experienced so many bloody clashes in Antarctica that anticipating another one had long become an ordinary event. Preparing for one mentally was not only a skill, but also a habit. So, Sunny found himself feeling strangely calm. He slowly went over his experiences in the Tomb of Ariel, consolidating his insights and shoring up his fundamentals. Rapid growth was most welcome, but failing to digest his many gains properly could leave him unstable. He had to eliminate all instability before reaching Verge. Others were doing the same, each in their own fashion. While Sunny meditated under the sacred tree, Nephi's practiced with her new sword, getting used to its weight and powers. Updated from Jet had found a hammock, somewhere, and was comfortably asleep in it. Effie was enjoying the snacks she had prepared for herself. Kai was practicing a strange, outwardly inefficient form of archery while absent-mindedly humming a song. Cassie was steering the ship, which seemed to calm her down. Mordred, morbidly enough, was inspecting his collection of bodies. Those of them that had belonged to Awakened each possessed their own unique powers, so he was probably coming up with plans of when and where to use them best. That guy is such a creep. Sunny shook his head, and then went to inspect his shadows, which were created from the dead creatures he had killed. Not creepy at all, surely. Everything seemed to be in order. Everyone was ready. But before they could return to the great river, an unexpected event threw a wrench into their plans. Sunny was on his way to the bow when a loud boom resounded from below the deck, and the entire ship suddenly shook. Gritting his teeth, he immediately stepped through the shadows and appeared at the galley, which seemed to have been the place where the booming sound originated. He had expected to see some harrowing nightmare creature that had come from the void and infiltrated the chain breaker, or perhaps Mordred trying to kill one of the members of the cohort, but nothing like that was happening. Instead, he only saw Effie standing near the bulkhead, hissing curses. Her fist had crashed through the durable wood, splintering and cracking it. Her other hand was resting on her belly. Her face was pale, and twisted by a grimace of pain. Before Sunny could understand what was happening, Kai and Jet appeared at the doors. Cassie was not far behind them. Mordred had not deemed it necessary to show up, but was definitely watching through the reflections. Nephice, meanwhile, remained on the stern, controlling the ship. What happened? Effie lingered for a few moments, then turned to them and forced out a smile. The sight of it was familiar, but Sunny was unnerved by the dark, bitter look in her eyes. The huntress took a deep breath and said, her voice somewhat strained. He lingered for a moment. Effie seemed to be going into labor. Go, they're waiting. I'll steer the ship. A frown appeared on Neff's face, and she left the runic circle without saying a word. Soon, Sunny and Kai were left alone. But not for long. Mordred had appeared from somewhere, sparing them a curious glance. I couldn't help but overhear. It seems that a wolf cub is about to be born, huh? How exciting. Can't say I ever heard about a child being born in a nightmare. That should be a first, even among the great clans. Before he was done talking, Kai suddenly turned and raised a hand. It seemed as if he had wanted to grab Mordred by the collar, but managed to control himself, and simply put a hand on his shoulder instead. Kai's usually gentle eyes were shining with a cold and furious kind of light. You stay away from that child, Prince Mordred. I'm warning you. His clear voice did not contain the authority of his ascended ability, but it still crashed into the Prince of Nothing like a wave. Mordred stared at the usually charming archer for a few moments, amusement slowly disappearing from his gaze. Then, he scoffed. Who do you take me for? A monster? He shook his head. Well, alright, I might be a bit of a monster. But I'm not a fool. What do I gain from taking the body of an infant? Relax, Ascended Nightingale. We are all in the same boat. Quite literally. Kai glared at him for a few moments more, then slowly removed his hand and took a step back, leaning on the railings. His expression was suddenly somber and pained. He remained silent for a while, then said in a lost voice. How did this happen? Sunny knew how he felt, because he felt the same. Nevertheless, he suddenly had a ridiculous impulse to start explaining the birds and the bees to his friend, just like Effie had done to him so many times. Steering the chain breaker through the dark void, Sunny chuckled all of a sudden. It just did. Don't worry, with Nephice there, it's all going to be alright. However, he knew that the delivery itself was not what Kai was worried about. It was everything else. Shaking his head, Mordred walked to the edge of the deck and looked into the dark emptiness beyond. Somewhere far away, the great river flowed, a long span of it shrouded in mist. Outside the mist of the source, Verge was waiting for them. He smiled. What an exciting nightmare it is. Is it not? Chapter 1545 Purest Sound. The delivery did not go smoothly. Sunny, Kai, and Mordred, of all people, remained on the stern of the ship for more or less the entire time, waiting for the results. Sunny at least had a task to keep him occupied. Guiding the chain breaker across the black void was not very difficult, but it still required attention. Mordred did not seem to care that much, but Kai was extremely concerned. He paced nervously, sometimes glancing down, but then hurriedly turning his gaze away. It was a bit strange. All three of them could learn exactly what was going on, Sunny thanks to his shadows, Mordred through the reflections, and Kai due to his awakened ability. However, none of them made use of that opportunity, preferring to remain in the dark about what was happening below deck. It was not like they did not receive any signs, though. The chain breaker seemed to tremble from time to time, and Effie's voice eventually reached their ears, penetrating the impregnable wood the enchanted ship was built from. Hearing the barrage of curses pouring out of her mouth, Sunny was a bit reassured. Things could not be going too terrible, considering that she had enough energy for such eloquence. At the same time, he felt his ears slowly turning numb. Some of those words, he did not even know. Others seemed familiar, but used in an entirely new context. Even after growing up in the outskirts, he was on the verge of blushing a little. Really, is there a need to be so descriptive? She has been chewed on by all kinds of nightmare creatures. How bad can the pain be? Nevertheless, the process continued for many hours. After a while, Effie's voice grew tired, and his expression grew dim. It was taking too long. Even without being able to precisely measure time, Sunny knew that Effie had been in labor for longer than usual. It has already been a full day, at least, and there seemed to be no end to it. Nephice, Cassie, and Jet were with her, handling the process. They would have called upon him and Kai if they needed help, but none of them had appeared from below the deck. Sunny was growing more and more uneasy, and Kai was entirely beyond himself, by then. Should we do something? Updated from. Sunny looked at him somberly. Do what? There's nothing to do. Calm down. Neph is there, so everything will work out. Kai hesitated for a while, then nodded. It was hard not to feel useless. It was even harder not to feel burdened by the uncertainty of the future. They were going into battle very soon, the timing of it all was extremely unfortunate. Disastrous, maybe. This whole nightmare had been one disaster after another, starting with the dire necessity that had forced them to enter the Seed, to begin with. And the man responsible for landing them into this situation was right here with them, yawning as he looked into the darkness. Sunny suppressed the desire to toss Mordred overboard. Not because doing so would lessen their chances of prevailing in Verge, even, but simply because he knew that getting rid of the bastard would not be that easy. Letting out a heavy sigh, he moved the steering oar slightly and looked ahead. Time slowly passed. The intensity of Effie's labor only grew, while at the same time, her voice became more and more fatigued. And then, after something that felt like several days passed. He hesitated. What about the timing? Wasn't it too early? Cassie remained silent for a moment, then shrugged with uncertainty. Everything seems fine. Then, she suddenly remembered something and raised a hand. Oh. Can you lend me the endless spring? I was supposed to bring more water, but the nearest barrel is all the way in the cargo hold. We'll wash them off. And then you'll be able to see them. Sunny summoned the memory and placed it in Cassie's hand, feeling a storm of emotions raging in his wildly beating heart. What the hell? What is this damned nightmare, even? Right. Sure. Of course. I'll go tell Kai. He turned to walk away, then froze. Oh. I forgot to ask. Who is it? A boy, or a girl? Cassie smiled wider and then opened the door of the cabin, slipping inside. It's a healthy boy. Chapter 1546 Raised by Wolves. Although Effie had gone into labor prematurely, both she and her infant son were all right. The worst fear of the cohort had not come true, either. Perhaps because the child had been conceived in the waking world, or perhaps because he was born in the black void outside the currents of the great river, at the very heart of Ariel's tomb, he was not river-born. At least that was what they surmised after cautiously setting the chain breaker in motion and observing no change in the appearance of the baby. It was an immense relief. Even Sunny, who always expected the worst and was usually prepared to receive painful blows from fortune, felt like an incredible burden had been lifted from his heart. The immediate danger had passed. Of course, the future was still uncertain. They still had to fight torment and destroy the first seeker. The child's life still hung in a fragile balance, because it was unknown what would happen to his soul after the end of the nightmare. But, somehow, Sunny felt hopeful. After everything had been said and done, the chain breaker continued sailing through the dark abyss. The members of the cohort took turns spending time with Effie and her newborn, full of contradictory emotions. The huntress herself had been exhausted by the prolonged labor, but was regaining her vigor and vitality at an incredible rate. She still looked tired and drained, though, when Sunny came to see her. Effie was in her cabin, sitting in a comfortable chair. She was wrapped in a blanket, and holding a sizable bundle in her arms, looking at it tenderly. Sunny was actually startled by that gaze, unaccustomed to seeing his friend so openly vulnerable. And strangely content. Hearing him enter, Effie looked up and smiled tiredly. "Ah. Uncle Doofus. Welcome, welcome." He approached and looked at the bundle, finally laying his eyes on the newborn. Effie's child looked pretty much like all infants did, with the exception of the fact that he was entirely too large to have been born mere hours ago, at least twice the size of a normal baby. That poor woman. Sunny looked at the huntress with pity. Effie had always been unreasonably tall, and her son would grow up to be a real giant, from the looks of it. Internally, Sunny sighed. Another beanpole. Gods. That brat is going to be taller than me in no time, won't he? Well, he might just grow up to be taller than anyone. That's a relief. Effie's smile grew wider. He's beautiful, isn't he? Sunny stared at her in confusion. She had really chosen the wrong person to ask that question. What are you talking about? He's absolutely ugly. All infants are. And don't give me that look, you know I can't lie. The huntress stared at him for a couple moments, then laughed and gently stroked the sleeping infant's soft head. Well, I think he's beautiful. Almost as much as his mom is, eh? New N0vel chapters are published on. Sunny shook his head, wondering if all parents were a little sick in the head. Well, they had to be. Otherwise, what would make them care for the poor infants? A bit of unreasonable affection went a long way. He hesitated for a while, thinking about the little life in front of him. The infant, actually, it was not very convenient to keep calling him the infant. Glancing at Effie, he asked. She caressed the infant's soft cheek and added, her voice hiding a somber undertone. Maybe it's for the best. At least this way, I'll be able to participate in the final battle. I've been drowning in self-loathing because of being so useless, you know. Now, either we survive Verge or not. In any case, we'll be together until the very end. Sunny frowned, studying her face. Her eyes were sunken, and her gaze was dark, but, at the same time, fierce. It would be of great help to have the fearsome raised by wolves fight side by side with them, of course. But... Are you sure? What about your son? Effie hesitated for a moment. If we fail, he will die. So, I'll hide him in the Black Beast locket. And do everything I can to make sure that we both get to live. She remained silent for a while, looking at the sleeping baby. Then, Effie turned to Sunny and suddenly looked him in the eyes. You know, Sunny. I once told you that the world we live in is dying. And I still believe that. No, I believe it even more, after experiencing the last few years. A light smile slowly appeared on her face, and something fearsome suddenly ignited deep in her sunken, tired eyes. But, you know, now, I find myself in the mood to go and turn the entire world upside down. Maybe even tear it down completely and rebuild it from scratch, if need be. She took a measured breath. Just to make sure that there's enough space in that world for this little guy to live a life that is worth living. Effie looked at Sunny for a few moments, and then laughed. Someone has to, after all. And if we won't, then who the hell will? Chapter 1547 Dawn of Time. Updated from. The next day, Effie appeared on the deck of the chain breaker, carrying her baby. She was still recovering, and in truth, it would have been better if she stayed in bed for a few more days, but time waited for no one. Luckily, Effie was an ascended, and possessed a body that was much more robust than that of a mundane woman, or pretty much any other master, really. So, even though she looked tired and drained, her vitality was returning at a frightening pace. Perhaps she would indeed be ready to fight by the time they reached Verge. The chain breaker was traversing the abyssal void, with the radiant ribbon of the great river surrounding it like a twisting ring. The 7 suns revolved around it, making the inconceivable flowing realm shine. There were no stars in the impenetrable darkness of the false sky, but the light of the river was enough to illuminate the vast expanse of silent darkness. Holding the baby, who had just woken up, Effie smiled. "Look. That is pretty impressive, right? Nothing like a boring medical ward in NQSC. Leave it to a child of mine to arrive with such style." Frightened by the howling of the wind and the coldness of the void, the baby opened its mouth and let out a shrill cry. Soon, the sound of his voice drowned out the wind. At the same time, the leaves of the sacred tree rustled a little louder, as if concerned for the tiny human. Sunny stared at them for a while, then shook his head. "That kid is bound to have a very unique life, I guess." Sunny's own birth was rather unusual, considering that it had happened during a solar eclipse and on a winter solstice. But being born in a nightmare taking place inside a pyramid built by a demon from the corpse of an unholy titan? That took the cake. Of course, the 7 of them had to conquer the nightmare first, for Effie's child to have any kind of life. Letting out a sigh, Sunny went to keep Effie company. They traveled closer and closer to their destination. Sadly, they did not have a lot of time to pay attention to the newborn. The battle for Verge was approaching, and so, everyone was concentrating on that dire ordeal. About a week after Effie had given birth, the chain breaker returned to the great river. This time, they did not pass above one of the edges, landing directly in the middle of the vast flowing expanse, under the azure sky. The sky was the same, the 7 suns were the same, and the currents were the same. However, here at the dawn of time, the air itself somehow felt different. If the span of the great river where Sunny had first found himself corresponded to the present day, the age of the nightmare spell, then these distant waters, situated very close to the misty source, corresponded to the earliest days of creation, the age of gods, when the 6 deities battled against the remnant abyssal beings across the newly born world, aided by the living creatures they had created, as well as the demons. It was hard not to feel a bit of awe at simply being near such mythical times. It was also hard not to feel pressured. Not only because Verge was near, but also because this region of the great river was especially treacherous. There was only one place more dangerous in the tomb of Ariel, the place far upstream that corresponded to the world-ending Doom War, and was the source of the time storms. The battles between the gods and the demons had been furious and harrowing enough that the great river was forever twisted by their echoes. But the battles between the gods and the abyssal beings that had escaped the sealing of the void must have been just as dreadful. Therefore, any traveler had to be extremely careful while traversing the waters near the source. And there was the risk of running into the defiled abominations, too. Soon after landing, the members of the cohort gathered at the bow of the chain breaker, looking at the distant horizon. Their faces were solemn. They had made sure to land close to Verge, but did not dare to approach it yet. Nobody knew what was the state of the defiled city, how many abominations populated it, and what torment had in store for the potential invaders. Therefore, they had to proceed with caution and gather as much information as they could, if they could, before coming up with an actual plan of attack. Nephice remained silent for a few moments, and then said, her voice even. "This is it." Chapter 1548 Final Act. She studied the waters and put her hand on the hilt of her sword. The enchanted scabbard was the same, but the blade it sheathed was different. The longsword bestowed upon her by the great clan Valor had been destroyed in Twilight, and replaced by the silver blade, which was currently molded to a similar shape. That weapon was a reward Nephice received for slaying Soul Stealer, a defiled saint who had once been a prince of the same clan. Whether there was some symbolism to one replacing the other, Sunny did not know. Nephice turned slightly, looking at Cassie, and asked, "How long before we reach Verge?" The blind girl was the best at steering the chain breaker, the most familiar with the slate map created by the Sybils, and the one who had spent the most time among the river people. So, she was their navigator. Cassie lingered for a moment. No more than 2 days, if we sail at moderate speed. More if we want to be truly careful, less if we want to abandon caution. Noting the answer, Nephice glanced at Mordred. Is there danger close to us? The Prince of Nothing had been a bit cagey about the particulars of how his aspect worked, but by now, they knew many things about it. For example, the distance at which Sunny could control his shadows as an ascended terror was somewhere around 24 kilometers. His perception was limited to what the shadows perceived, though. Mordred's dormant ability, on the contrary, allowed him to perceive the world through any reflection within a similar range, adjusted for the fact that he was merely a beast at the moment. It also allowed him to travel physically between these reflections. Considering that the entire Great River was one giant reflective surface, the Prince of Nothing was nearly omniscient in a considerable area around him. His awakened ability, meanwhile, was what made him so terrifying, the ability to enter a being's soul through their eyes and possess their body, wearing it as a costume. That ability, too, would make him a priceless ally during the approaching battle. Mordred remained silent for a few moments, then shook his head. I don't see anything moving. The current itself is a bit strange, though. It's eerie. We'll see it soon, an area where the water is a little bit darker than usual. I would suggest avoiding that area completely, as well as any other place similar to it. Nephice looked ahead, then nodded. We will proceed at a moderate pace, then, for 1 day. Then, we will anchor the chain breaker and scout the approach to Verge before moving closer. She hesitated, and then added in a steady tone. Be alert. These waters have to be brimming with the defiled. If we meet one, we can't let it escape alive and alert the others. We can't allow anything to see us before we see it, either. You all know what to do. Sunny felt a little troubled. Since Nephice was addressing a group, and not him personally, her words were not equal to an order. Still, he felt a bit of a chill while hearing these words. But she was right. They did, indeed, know what to do. All of this had been discussed over and over again already. The cohort was prepared as well as it could have been, considering the lack of information about the state of the defiled city and its current ruler. Torment. Sunny frowned. She had to know that they were coming. Why wasn't anyone here to welcome them to Verge, then? All of them had expected to be ambushed by the defiled abominations the moment the chain breaker left the black void. And yet, nothing happened. What was the last plague planning? Feeling uneasy, he went about raising the ship's sails. They were going to sail on water, for now, to not be so easily spotted. The 7 suns drowned in the water, suffusing it with beautiful light. The impenetrable darkness devoured the sky, now that Sunny knew about the great swarm of monstrous butterflies hiding somewhere out there. In that darkness, the night seemed far more dreadful. Almost impossibly so. Saw the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But there were monsters hiding in the river, as well. Before dawn came, the cohort clashed with several defiled abominations. Each of them was more powerful than the nightmare creatures they had usually fought upstream, and far more cunning. Thankfully, the might of the 7 masters was more than enough to deal with these solitary abominations. Although it took some effort, none of the defiled managed to escape. Those who tried were chased after and finished off by Kai, who was the fastest of them all. His arrows could strike true from a startling distance, as well, armed with incredible sight and a powerful bow. The archer was a deadly presence on the Great River. Much more dangerous than the solitary abominations were the waters themselves. Here near the source, they were turbulent and unpredictable, often hiding fatal hazards. The chain breaker avoided the truly inescapable ones thanks to Cassie's intuition, and fought through the rest, protected by its enchantments and the sacred tree. Finally, the sky turned bright again. By the time all 7 suns climbed high, the first of the 2 days they had been supposed to spend traveling to Verge came to an end. At that moment, they planned to raise the ship above the water, so that it would not be pulled downstream by the current, and organize a scouting mission to stealthily approach the defiled city. However, that plan had to be scrambled. It was because, unexpectedly, they had already reached verge. Or rather, its foundation. Sunny peered ahead, his expression incredulous. His eyes widened slightly. These madmen, how did they create it? In front of them, the eternally flowing waters of the great river turned to ice. A vast landmass formed by it stretched as far as the eye could see, disappearing beyond the horizon, too great to be called a mere island, and somehow entirely unaffected by the current. Frozen in place. There was sand and lifeless soil covering the rough surface of the endless plain of ice, with rolling hills and dry riverbeds. Skeletal trees rose into the air, bereft of leaves or life. Here and there, mounds of black stone rose, forming a forest of twisted pillars. In short, Sunny saw something that he had never expected to see in the tomb of Ariel. Land. Chapter 1549 Scouting Mission. Everyone was more than a little stunned by the sight of the massive landmass in front of them. They had seen Verge from far away, while traversing the empty void, however, the ice and the pale soil covering it were indistinguishable from the flowing water at that distance. Nothing in the records left behind by the Sybil's indicated that the foundation of the city was so monumental, either. All that was mentioned on the slates, as well as passed by word of mouth between the citizens of Fallen Grace, was that the Seekers of Truth had established a city at the farthest reaches of the past, as close to the inception of time as they could, to serve as a staging ground for their attempts at reaching the estuary. So, they had expected something similar to the fleet cities of the Sybils, or perhaps a settlement built on a massive carapace of an enormous abomination, like Twilight. Maybe a levitating island like the one Alethea had created, or even a network of them. What they had not expected was an entire land of ice surrounding Verge. Sunny was both troubled and impressed. There was a whole day of sailing on the chain breaker left between them and the defiled city. That was a vast distance to cover on foot, at least for a mundane human. Which meant that the mass of ice forming the foundation of Verge was truly immense. Which posed a problem. Sunny studied the lifeless landscape of the frozen land in front of them, then glanced at Nephice. So, what are we supposed to do? Now that they couldn't sail further, there was a decision to be made. Namely, they had 3 possible paths, each offering its own pitfalls and benefits. The simplest path was to raise the chain breaker into the air and proceed forward, flying above the vast sheet of ice. This, of course, would offer them the highest speed and defensive advantage, since the graceful vessel was nothing less than a mobile fortress. It would be very hard not to notice a ship flying above ground, though. So, they would alert the defiled of their approach long before reaching the city. The second path was to abandon the ship and proceed toward Verge on foot. That way, they would become much slower, and much more exposed once the fighting started. However, it was much easier for 7 humans to infiltrate the landmass stealthily, remaining hidden until the very moment they reached the defiled city, or even sneaked past its walls, reaching the first seeker unseen. The third path was to circle around the landmass first, studying it in detail from afar, and come up with the plan of attack later. This was the most passive approach, but not the safest. The longer they spent in these dangerous waters, the higher the chance that Torment would sense their presence. Nephice hesitated for a while, thinking. Cassie hesitated for a moment, then said thoughtfully. One person has to stay with the ship. The rest should split into 3 teams. One team will proceed straight forward, the other 2 will move slightly inland and then move along the western and eastern shores of the island. Everyone will regroup back on the chain breaker tomorrow and share what they discovered. His expression darkened slightly. Nephice, meanwhile, nodded. Splitting up might be dangerous, but it's the only way to cover a lot of ground quickly. We can reduce the danger by making sure that none of the satellite groups strays too far away from the central one. That way, each team can be reinforced by another promptly, should the need arise. She remained silent for a few moments, pondering. Mordred should be the in-forward team. His ability to see through reflections will allow him to keep an eye on both satellite teams at the same time without sacrificing strength. he would also be able to travel between reflections to aid them. The second member of the central team should be someone who does not have a mobility ability. They could be transported through the mirror realm. She considered things for a bit before finally assigning each member of the cohort the optimal role. Mordred and Jet were assigned to the central scouting team. Kai and Effie would explore the eastern reaches of the frozen landmass. Nephis herself would be exploring the western reaches, accompanied by Sunny. Cassie would be remaining on the Chainbreaker. It was as solid of a plan as they could come up with, considering the situation. The three teams were powerful enough to defend themselves, while at the same time being flexible enough to swiftly come to the aid of the other teams. The plan was solid. However, Sunny disagreed with it. Chapter 1550 Change of Plans. Nephis had offered a good plan, one that was both solid and flexible enough to hopefully keep all of them alive while accomplishing the goal. Each member was assigned a role that suited the situation best, making all three teams highly mobile and capable of defending themselves in case there was an ambush. Cassie, meanwhile, was the least suitable for swift movement and stealth, while at the same time being the most familiar with steering the Chainbreaker, so, she was the best candidate for staying on the ship. And that was precisely what Sunny did not like, even if he chose not to share his reasoning. By now, he was thoroughly confused about what he felt toward Cassie. Was he suspicious of her? Or concerned for her? Or simply acting paranoid, his thoughts muddied by the sin of solace? He did not know, but he did know that as soon as she spoke, his intuition raised an alarm. The blind girl did not directly volunteer herself to remain alone on the Chainbreaker, but she did not need to. As soon as they had decided to leave someone behind, she was the obvious choice. Instead of telling Nephis to choose her, Cassie could simply let her come to the conclusion without anyone's help. And while Sunny was not sure about the reason for his anxiety, he was absolutely certain that Cassie had engineered this situation on purpose. For some reason, she wanted to send the cohort off and stay on the Chainbreaker alone. Why? Was it to lure them into a trap? Of course, no. Sunny had already established that suspecting the blind girl and wishing to harm the cohort was preposterous. However, he could easily imagine her going on some stupid, self-sacrificial quest by piloting the flying ship into the heart of Verge and dropping it on the first seeker. Or maybe drawing torment away from the city at the cost of her life, to let the cohort win. Which was not to say that his imagination reflected reality. There can be any number of explanations for Cassie's subtle manipulation, from completely innocent to absolutely ominous. In any case, he did not like it. Which was why, after Nephis explained the plan, Sunny shook his head. I disagree. The members of the three teams will be able to cover each other, true, but what about the person staying on the ship? Once we travel far inland, they'll be completely alone. If something happens, not only will Cassie be in danger, but we also risk losing the ship and becoming stranded with no way to retreat. Nephi stared at Sunny for a bit, a subtle hint of confusion hiding in her eyes. His suggestion was not unreasonable, though, so she nodded eventually. All right. Let us proceed with that team composition, then. There was no time to waste and no need to say anything else, so everyone immediately started preparing for the mission. Effie brought up the straw basket Sunny had masterfully weaved for her, cushioning it with a blanket. That basket was meant to be the infant's crib. Safely wrapped, the baby was going to spend the next few days on the idyllic and perfectly safe meadow inside Effie's supreme memory, sleeping and being visited by his mom, or other members of the cohort, every few hours, until the final battle. That was a hell of a way to spend the first days of one's life, but such an arrangement was the best one they had been able to come up with. Eventually, the 5 members of the cohort whose task it was to scout the frozen landmass were ready to depart. Sunny watched them from the bow of the ship, not feeling the need to say or feel something poignant. This was not a farewell, anyway. One way or the other, they were going to see each other tomorrow, either when the scouts returned, or when things went south and the Chainbreaker flew forward to rescue them. The ship approached the shore of the frozen island and came to a halt, hovering just above the water. 5 figures jumped from it, landing on the ice. Nephis was first, wearing the Starlight Legion armor and wielding the somber silver blade, a unique hybrid memory of both the transcendent and supreme ranks, the result of the most complex and intricate sorcery Sunny had woven to date. The crown of dawn, which had survived the annihilating conflagration in Twilight, was resting on her head, empowering all other memories around her. Kai simply glided to the shore. He was clad in the supreme armor crafted from the ivory dragon scales, wielding a transcendent bow of the 5th tier. Another supreme memory, a lethal severing arrow, was ready to be summoned the moment he had need of it. The cohort's resident Dragonslayer was as deadly as one could be. Effie made a bit of noise when she landed on the ice, enveloped by her own supreme armor, the legacy of the Sun Prince, which made her look like a beautiful statue of polished steel. Incredibly, she seemed to have mostly recovered from bearing a child already. Even if there was some remnant malady holding her back, she did not show it. Flashing a defiant smile, the huntress summoned her spear and walked forward. Jet was right behind her, looking like she was born to exist in this land of ice. Chilling mist swirled around her, pierced by the somber glow of her cold blue eyes. Then, the mist flowed into her hands and took the shape of a sinister war scythe, its blade glinting eerily as it seemed to cut the rays of sunlight. Finally, there was Mordred, wearing his own ascended body. The Prince of Nothing did not have particularly powerful memories, or insidiously lethal reflections to fight for him. However, he was perhaps the most dangerous of them all. An easy smile played on Mordred's lips as he followed Nephi's. The enemies of the 5 masters could only lament their fate. The 5 of them separated into 2 groups and moved stealthily across the desolate landscape, soon disappearing from view. Leaving Sunny and Cassie alone aboard the Chainbreaker.